Good morning, everyone. We'd like to call this special meeting of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma for July 29, 2017 to order, and ask the Secretary to call the roll, please.
Anthony Conley. Here. John Narcomy. Rena Tiger. Here. Kent Denby.
Here.
Kevin Hardiman.
Here.
Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixico. Here. David Narcomy. Here. Kelly Davis. Sterling Springer. Patricia Kishkaton. Here. Karen Fulbright. Nanette Hazelwood. Jennifer Horn. Here. Sina Yesley. Here. Marilyn Moore. Here. Lottie Cooney. Here. Abraham Karani. Susie Harjo. Here. Evan Spain.
Here.
Wayne Shaw. Catherine McCoy. Here. Charlie Hill.
Here.
Fanny Harjo. Here. Dwayne Miller. Ralph Coker.
Here.
Sherry Hardiman. Here.
We have 20 members answer the roll. We have a quorum. Representative Hardiman, would you honor us with a prayer this morning?
Most gracious and eternal Heavenly Father, Father God, we thank you for the safe travel this morning. We thank you for this great Seminole nation. Father God, we just thank you for just waking us up this morning, Father God. We didn't sleep or slumber last night. We just want to say thank you for all that you've done for us throughout this nation. We ask that you continue to bless us. We ask you to continue to bless the people with knowledge and wisdom, Father God. Let the hate go aside, Father God. We thank you for all the people, each and every one of us, Father God. These words and things we pray unto your darling Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Representative Hardiman. Before we get started, wanted to let you know the Assistant Chief will join us this afternoon. He had to assist in moderating an all-night service last night at St. Creek Eufaula Baptist Church, and he texted me this morning and said he needed to sleep a little bit before he came in. So he'll be here this afternoon. We have a couple of.
Yeah, I was going to say OAP on it on the calls and Gina had
So those were the next two that I had, and also Language Director Melanie Fry is attending to church responsibilities today as well, so she will not be here. So those are the ones that I know that are scheduled who are not going to be here. Our next item of business are the minutes of the last meeting. You have in your packet the minutes of June 3rd, 2017. What's the pleasure of the council? A motion to approve and second. Are there any additions, corrections to the minutes for the quarterly meeting, June 3rd, 2017? Hearing none, Secretary, would you call the roll, please? Approve the minutes.
Leetta Sampson. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narcomy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kent Denby.
Yes.
Kevin Hardiman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
David Narcomy.
Yes.
Kelly Davis. Sterling Springer. Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Nanette Hazelwood. Jennifer Horn.
Yes.
By a count of 23 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, those minutes are hereby approved. Next item of business are the minutes for the special meeting of June 22nd, 2017. Pleasure of the council. A motion to approve. Second. Second. Are there any additions, corrections to the minutes as presented in your packet?
Chairman, can we do the 26th also with that?
You have the 26th. They're together? Okay. Yes. Are there, actually the 26th, since it was we just recessed, it's still officially in the 22nd, same meeting of the 22nd. So the minutes from that, from Monday evening are included in our meeting. Are there any, with that understanding, are there any corrections, additions, deletions to the minutes for the meeting of June 22nd as continued on the following Monday? I believe it was the 26th of June. If there are none, Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kent Danby.
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico. David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
Yes.
Celia Yesley.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmon Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Fannie Harjo.
Yes.
Dwayne Miller.
Yes.
Ralph Coker.
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman.
Yes.
Count of 27 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. The minutes are hereby approved. Moving on to unfinished business. We have tribal ordinance 2017-06, and I think Mr. Springer, you introduced it on the floor that day. This item has been tabled. You wish to bring it back on the floor? This is the moving to 80-20. You gonna leave it tabled?
No, let's bring it back.
Okay. We have, we have an ordinance, tribal ordinance 2017-06 would amend Chapter 5 of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma Public Gaming Act, codified at Title 15 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws, and the amendment would change the amount distributed by the gaming enterprise to the Seminole Nation from 70% to 80%. You have a, you want to make that motion?
Make a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narcome.
No.
Rena Tiger.
No.
Kent Danby.
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
No.
Celia Yesley.
No.
Marilyn Moore. Lottie Cootie. Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmon Spain.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy. Catherine McCoy. Sorry. No. Charlie Hill.
No.
Fanny Harjo.
No.
Dwayne Miller.
No.
Ralph Coker.
No.
Sherry Hardeman. No.
By a count of 15 yes, 12 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2016-10. Representative Shaw. It's been tabled. What's your...
I'm gonna bring it off the table. It's high time, this has been on and off the floor several years now here recently, but it's been on the floor since 1972. General Council said we'll have a cemetery and approved it, but didn't approve the budget back then. I'm asking to bring this to the floor and ask for a second at this time.
Motion made and seconded.
So now that I've got the floor, I'm gonna tell you, this has been here for a long time, more than most of y'all have even been born or thought of. So it needs to be acted on one way or the other. Either you are or you aren't gonna have a cemetery for your people. If you're not, then we need to do some of the property that we've allocated for you. We've got property allocated up there for our cemetery, and it's been allocated, God, I don't know how many years now. But we've allocated land all over this place, unsuitable every place else, except where it's at now. It's finally got where we're to the point where we can have a tribal cemetery for those that don't have any place to go. So, it's in your infamous hands now. Whatever y'all want to do it now.
Any further discussion?
In the judgment, in this particular account fund, how much money is that?
We
I
have,
spent most of it.
there was, at the last report we had, I think there was approximately 3.6 million. 400,000 we appropriated. That was, still in the checking account to pay for attorney fees and the rest of that nature. Approximately 1.1 million is in the CD. That's used collateral for the property purchase. And so that leaves probably approximately 2 million maybe that would be available. I think that's pretty close to numbers available in the trust fund account.
Call for question.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conlon. John Narcomick.
No.
Sabrina Tiger. No. Kent Denby.
No.
Kevin Hardeman. No. Ida Gonzalez. No. Nancy Fixico. David Narcomick. No. Kelly Davis.
No.
Sterling Springer.
No.
Patricia Kishketon.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Nanette Hazelwood. No. Jennifer Horn. No. Cena Yeslett. No. Marilyn Moore. Lottie Cootie. Abraham Ferrani.
No.
Susie Harjo. Emmons Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy. No. Charlie Hill.
No.
Fanny Harjo.
No.
Dwayne Miller. Ralph Coker.
No.
Sherry Hardeman. No.
By a count of 2 yes, 25 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have failed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-16. Representative Narcomi.
I've been asked this one tabled.
Keep it tabled. Will remain tabled on this item. Our next item of business will be reports. Today we're looking at program reports, and we'd like to ask the Historic Preservation Office to go first. They have a short video clip they wanted to share with you from the recent trip on to Florida. So Ted, if you could come forward. I see a lot of new faces in the room, so if you'd introduce yourself briefly and your position and tell us a little bit about your program and then what they're going to see here.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ted Isham. I'm the Historic Preservation Officer for the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, and I was hired to bring about the structure for the TCNS cell tower system and other things that are pertaining to the historic preservation aspect of the tribe. And so you have my report in here somewhere about the activities that we have been conducting in the last 6 months. And one of them, and I'll go over the report here in a minute, but one of the projects that was assigned to me was the spending of the Cultural Resource Fund grant money. And as a result of this TCNS FCC law, the FCC law called PTCs, they didn't do the proper consultation with the tribes, and so they were required to put in a lump sum of money to go out to the tribes, to grant to the tribes. And this was the first round grant that they gave out. They're ready for their third round grant now, but we needed to spend this money to be able to apply for the next round, for the last round. And so this grant money was set up to, it was applied for, the requirement was for to put out a interactive map that will tell people, the citizens, that will tell the citizens the story of removals from our homelands. And so we went down with that in mind and stopped at several of the places that were part of the removals, and we recorded Jabon Colonel doing a personal moment about each of those. So the end product is envisioned to be a web application where a visitor will come and click on a hyperlink of a site, wherever it may be, in Louisiana, Florida, Arkansas, even here in Oklahoma. And it'll give some details about what happened at those different sites. And so these videos will be part of that. There'll be little vignettes of videos that will pop up. So if we just listen to one of these, that will be part of that project.
Think about the show here in this part of our history. We have to acknowledge how many pieces of it have really been hidden from us today as contemporary citizens. These type of stories, these type of experiences are not taught in our educational systems, in many of our schools. When we think about the impact that this time period of removal had on all of our tribal citizens, all of our Native American, Seminole, Muscogee people, whichever, however we classify our tribal grouping, that all of us were impacted by this time period of removal in more ways than we know. But today, what our hope is that by putting something in place, whether it be in the media or even just in our conscious memory, that we can remember that all of us at some point, members of our family, our own loved ones, have come through this part of what is now called the United States or Florida, that we have all come through here at some point, our people.
And so that's just a short clip of several of the vignettes that we recorded all throughout the different sites that we visited. And so we heard many stories about families being split up, brother and sister, one staying and one being brought here. And the term that came out of that, which I really liked, was Ishtimithkida Indini. And so that's going to be pretty much the working title of what this project is about. And so I just wanted to point out that we had a great collaboration between the different departments here at the tribe. The Transit Authority supplied the assistance. Communications Department did all the film work, and it was an arduous 7 days that we just came back from. It took me 2 days to recover from that trip. So, if anybody wants some more details, then hopefully we'll be shipping it off to post-production to get the videos edited down and put on a website, web application that all citizens will be able to see and view. As we have found out, and the real purpose of this type of endeavor is to teach our young people some of the stories that maybe we're not being taught. And things like this will help to educate everybody from this moment on until the indefinite future, however long the internet lasts. All right. So that was that, and I thank you for your indulgence in that. So let me get to my report, if you've seen it. So some of the things that we do, we're dealing with the Historic Preservation Act that was passed in 1966. Yeah, and that gives us our hook to be dealing with on an equal playing field with the federal government. It gives us, as a tribe, a government-to-government relationship with the United States government. And as such, then we have a voice, and we can make things, we can request for things, we can look at things, we can be active and involved. But that also means a great responsibility of protection of our ancestors, and that is the key piece of that. So all of the things that you see that we talk about, for instance, the NAGPRA, the Native American Graves and Repatriation Act, we are actively involved in several cases right now of reburial of ancestors. As a matter of fact, later this month, next month, end of August, we will be doing a reburial at Okmulgee National Monument, Creek Nation. And so moving on to the TCNS. When I came on board, I had to clear out over 10,000 old tower notices that were there sitting in the system. And if you do the math, and I'll let you do that, at $800 each. Currently, we're getting, since I've been here, there's been over 1,400 cell tower notifications in the system, which then equates to potential, they all get built, and 95%, 99% of those will be built. $1.1 million will be eventually. Right now, the flow of income from that cell tower project is about $55,000 and climbing each month. We do over 70 reviews every month, and right now we're under siege from this current administration. He's wanting to roll back all of our rights as Native nations, and wants to cut us out of the process of doing these reviews. He wants to cut our ability to review these things. So we're actively, the second chief just recently went and talked to the chairman of the FCC. We're actively fighting these issues in Washington. And it's all because all of this is a result of the ability for us to have a voice. And predecessors before me understood this fact that it's an overwhelming amount of work that needs to be done. As a matter of fact, most tribes split this office up into several different departments because of the workload. But with the infrastructure we're building, we'll be able to expand that, so you can see some of the activities that we have done. And so I just, as a personal, I'll just jump out to the end. My focus is the traditional cultural lifeways as expressed in the ethnobotany of our homelands, and to help rediscover our medicinal plants from the areas that we removed from. This allows the tribe to have a voice in many of the NEPA, which then allows us to have a hook in another law, federal law, the Environmental Protection Agency law. And instituting the concept of what we call the TCP, traditional cultural property, where we have still have our roots in our homelands. We didn't remove from our homelands voluntarily. We were forced out. So the federal government still owes us this courtesy of review. And that's my report. We'll go to stage.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, questions?
Representative Shaw and then Representative Bill. Representative.
Our question would be, and I'm not going to be saying $55,000 a month coming in, and how much of that is spent on historic preservation, and why are we setting a budget for it, how much is going to general fund that we don't know about, and how much has been brought in approximately to date?
You appropriated $83,000 to cover the historic preservation office. That has also been appropriated. And I think what Assistant Chief told me was currently in the bank was probably, his last report to me was about $351,000. That was as of about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. So recall that's it's in its own account. The account's established for that purpose, for these funds to be received. So you've only appropriated 83, which is to cover this year's budget, FY17.
Okay, now I'd like to ask them, I'm going to ask them, I'm kind of demanding that the general counsel get a, what do you call it, a accounting of that account and everything that goes with it. So I may not be here after September, but there are those of you that are going to be here that need to look at this budget and look at it close. We'll be co-mingling that money with the other money that we have. Basically, we're going to use it for historic preservation. We need to use it for historic preservation. But we need an ordinance, probably from your office as to how that money is going to be governed and a law governing the HBO office.
Agreed.
But Representative Hill, Representative Spain, and I think Representative Hardeman will come back with.
Ted, I don't have a question, okay? I just got a comment to make. If you can't answer it, then Mr. Chairperson probably can, okay? The title of the program you quoted earlier, okay, that get out.
In
Yeah, would you mind telling to the people out here, half of these people don't know what that means?
It's the trail, knitting means trail or path, and then it is that means sorrow. So it's a trail of sorrow. Even though we didn't actually have a trail, all of our removals were via boat. But there was a path that those boats went from Tampa to New Orleans. And then we walked a few when the rivers were low. We had to walk.
That was it, Mado.
Representative Spain?
Ted, have you applied for the HBF grant yet, or?
We're in the process of applying for the TIPO.
Have you got on the committee?
Not yet. Not yet. We're just in the early stages of sending in the forms at the National Park Service. You voted the fact of allowing this tribe to apply for the TIPO status, and so that's what we're doing right now. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I know.
And we have until August 31st to get that in. We will be forming a committee that will help advise us. As soon as we get the go-ahead on that, our application has been fully accepted. There are several hurdles to be accomplished in getting an application with the national and an agreement signed with the National Park Service to obtain TIPO status. And for those of you who don't know, TIPO status allows us to be equal to the state historic preservation officer in each of the states. Unfortunately, we're just here. It only applies here in Oklahoma, but the federal law allows us to work in our homelands.
I have one.
Okay.
Is there a plan for you to hire more staff, or is just in this money? Or?
Yes, and that's where the bulk of it will be spent more than likely. Like I said, we're building infrastructure. I think the goal is to expand this office to do like a lot of other tribes do, have one person doing the NACRA, one person doing the 106 reviews, one person doing cultural activities, if we have that kind of funding and those sorts of things.
The budget proposal for this office, which is in the comprehensive budget, does provide for an expansion of activities and personnel. It's not huge, but it's with, we're trying to do it within the context of what we have available to us within the funds that are coming in. As those funds become more prevalent, and we're certain that they're going to continue, and we're certain. Assistant Chief has been working on this part for our office. They're looking well beyond to address some of the needs that we have, and to try to get more staff to address those. Because some of this, as Ted said, some of the stuff is very labor intensive, particularly on the legal side, and even collection, data collection. That's very labor intensive as well. So they've been working on, as they lay out their development plans. We're going to have to work it slow, but there is a plan to expand the office next year at the 18th, if approved by the council.
And of course, all of that depends on the current administration in Washington too. So we're cautiously working around that.
Do you have access to stateside funds?
Yes.
Representative Hartman?
You can't see my hand?
No, but she actually had her hand up earlier.
Good.
You've actually answered all my questions about staff and everything, so I'd just like to say thank you, because that is a lot of work, and we appreciate it.
Now, back to Representative Miller.
My question was on this preservation. During the oil boom, we had a lot of our tribal members. They were a lot of our land transferred from our hands into the white people's hands, and consequently, we lost a lot of our burial grounds. They were converted over to the Hefty side, and some of our families, we've talked about this many times before, but we've never really done nothing about it. But we have tribal members that are buried in cow pastures and oil fields and so forth. And I know it's a very difficult question to answer, but we need to come up with some type of a plan or a system to deal with these type of things, that our people can maybe at least visit, or find out where these grounds are. And I know BCR at one time, we purchased cameras, and they had been doing a land project where they were going out. And they were covering a lot of these grave sites, and I think we may even have a lot of good information. Are you familiar with that?
State law says that all cemeteries,
are you familiar with what I'm asking?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to correct a misstatement that you made.
No, I didn't make no mistake. I'm telling you what I know.
State law requires all cemeteries to have egress and input and output.
That's fine, but
forever.
Have we got the information out to our people? Have we come up with some type of a system to deal with these type of things?
I just hired on, and my main focus is TCNS. As we expand, we will include that.
Okay, because again, we have some of this information already for the BCR. All I'm telling you is that, let's try to come up with some type of a workable plan for our people. I'm not trying to argue with you, and don't judge me about being wrong. We're just here to try to help one another, and that's what I want to do, is help our people.
I just want to correct misinformation that gets out.
Just to answer Representative Miller's question, I don't know that information, as far as the grave project VCR did some years ago, that information has been formally discussed with Mr. Isham. But one of the things that we've worked on with the AG and kind of get prepared for this possibility, this is the point, is the AG's office has researched, the legal parameters, I guess, associated with, protecting graves, here within the nation. And once we get, to a point where we can get staffed and we actually have someone who's kind of focused a little bit on the Native American Grave Protection Act information, to the extent that we can create our own laws and utilize our own relationship with the state and state law to be able to ensure that our family grave sites are protected. That is one of the next steps that I would like to see happen with this program. Now that we've got once we're reasonably assured that we have a secure source of funding, then that's one area I would really like to see us address, because we have a large number of cemeteries that may not be as protected as they could be. There's other cemeteries that have been destroyed over the years, at least in terms of the marker's been removed, and we need a dedicated staff to address graves protection at all levels, from here in the Seminole Nation and all the way up to the grave sites of our ancestors elsewhere. And again, I think we're not prepared to ask for everything just yet because we're not sure about the revenue source. But if this revenue source solidifies, then that is one of the first things that we hope to do with this department, is expand that whole area. Like Ted said earlier, that's a whole staff in and of itself normally, particularly if we're going to work at the local level. So that's one of the plans that I have for it, and I know we have discussed that planning part with Ted. So, any other questions?
That's basically what I was asking.
Okay.
And so I appreciate that.
Right. Representative Harjo, and back to Representative Spain.
When you were explaining the different functions of the historical preservation office, you mentioned, I thought you said TIPO. Did you say TIPO? Or something like that?
We will be obtaining, we're getting TIPO status from the National Park Service as we speak, but we haven't got it yet.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
We haven't got it yet.
I'm not familiar with all your acronyms for your programs, so would you please tell me what TIPO means?
Yeah, and I put a abbreviation list on the back of that sheet. TIPO is a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, equal to the State Historic Preservation Officer in each state, and they're responsible for the historic projects, or preservation of historic projects.
Okay. When you all write grants for this particular program, do you write it for the Historical Preservation Office itself, and then you're divided into departments? Is that what you said?
Not at this time, because we have a one person. I think what he was describing to you is kind of how he thought it could evolve around specific areas of activity or function, and that's what what he has in his report. That's what he was describing.
But the grant is written for historical preservation.
It is specific. It is a specific component of historic preservation. Yes.
Okay.
Representative Spain.
Clear that up too, some of it. This grant is under National Historic Preservation Act, and it only deals with things under National Historic Preservation Act, such as Section 106 reviews, which cell towers and all those kinds of things. But there's other grants too, like the NACA grant and things. Those deal with that's a different area, even though they're all National Park Service. But I just like to make a comment that the preservation office is overwhelming. I mean, you got so many different levels and areas you need to concentrate on. I mean, you got on one level, you got the federal level where you deal with all the federal agencies and consultations on preservation of our cultural historic resources in the southeast and here in our home. And then on another level, you got the local level where we're trying to preserve things that are cultural here, right here, such as these burials. I know early on in 2000 when I was a preservation officer, that was one of the things that our kid went out and collected a lot of burial cemeteries, tribal cemeteries, data and everything on that. So, needing help, I probably have you guys locate some of those again and let you know what we've done, what they did in the past. But that's the whole thing. When you're just one person, you got to prioritize what needs to be done. And unfortunately, it takes a lot of staff to do all this work, and people don't realize how overwhelming it is. It's such a broad area, such a broad area.
Commissioner Shaw.
Graveside preparations and cemetery. We have a cemetery down in South there. It's not my cemetery up there, but I know well. They went to go in to try to bury somebody, and the landowner said no. Well, they turned around and, you know, they kinda had a big argument. He called the law. The county came out there and said, since he bought that property, it's his, and we can't do anything about it. So we asked BIA, and BIA said, was it written in there that they could preserve that property? No, they bought the whole property without that reserve. What's gonna happen with those properties right there that they can't get back into, clean up, honor their dead? Because they're saying that, they don't have to give egress or regress in there. They said that's it because of the state law said, or federal law said, you didn't put that plot or that burial site on the deed. It's not part of the property or the preserve. What can we do about something like that? Is there something in your office that can be done? Now, I'm not saying do it today or tomorrow, but in the near future that we need to do something with the state law to protect us too.
Yes. Once we have TIPO status equal to the State Historic Preservation Office here in Oklahoma, we can write laws that are tribal laws that will pertain to those sorts of things and force this county sheriff, force the state, force these landowners to abide by some of our rulings. Putting it in covenants or not, is what you're talking about, putting it in the deed, in the covenant, is something that we'll be needing to be doing also. But we can go back and retroactively protect these other ones. Once we put in a set of laws from the tribe. A while. No, they're in there. It's like the human remains that are in the museums.
I needed to go to Representative Narkins, and he hadn't had a chance to speak.
Sir, thank you for the There's a recent memo released from the United States Department of Interior Fish and Wildlife Service pertaining to eagle feathers. Eagle feathers. I don't know if that comes under your department or not. But looking at changing the way the feathers are going to be distributed through the tribe versus being distributed. Now, there's a meeting on the 22nd of August. Will you be attending or a representative from the Seminole Nation be attending?
We'll have someone there.
It's going to be held on the 22nd of August at 12 to 5 p.m. at the Best Western Los Alamos at the Inn, Oklahoma City.
So we sent that email out to all the council members, actually put it on the portal probably. So asking for your feedback and information so that if there's some specific issues that you're aware of with respect to use of eagle feathers and how they're handled now, that you want our representative, either myself or assistant chief, to address, then we need that information from you before we go to the meeting. The process of obtaining eagle feathers is not something I have a great deal of experience with. The assistant chief may have, but I don't. So if you have feedback you'd like to provide on that, please let us know before that day. I have Representative Hardiman and I have Representative Harjo wanting to speak.
Chief, I was just going to say that I think we had a big seat at our office.
Actually, I think we have, but I think it was a good discussion, and thank you for it. And thank you, Ted, and thank the council members for their discussion. Some of these issues are very important to the nation, and we're in progress to begin to address some of those finally. Who would you like to hear from next? Representative Miller?
I'd like to hear from social services.
Okay. Social services, Misty? Again, Misty, if you'd just briefly introduce yourself and the department you represent.
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Seminole, and I'm the social services director for Seminole.
It was brought to our attention that with social service, sometimes they pay for the utility bills for our tribal members, and lately the city of Tecumseh, the utility department has basically taken a stance that we're not welcome with those payments on behalf of our people. And consequently, they're making it really hard for our people to get their utilities paid. I think efforts were made to try to meet with those in charge, with the supervisor, and those efforts were rebutted, I guess. They didn't want to meet with us. So can you expand on that a little bit and inform the council?
Yes, we do have tribal members that live in the city of Seminole. Our initial process is when they apply for assistance and we approve the application, we pass over a payment guarantee for them to honor until we can get the actual payments sent out to you. City of Seminole is one of those vendors that is very difficult to deal with. We don't honor any payment guarantees from our office. We've had a few of our members either be disconnected because they failed to honor those commitments, or they won't reconnect until they actually receive the payment. I've had to go down to the city of Seminole and hand deliver a check before, and just 2 weeks ago, 2 of my staff members did the same thing. I have tried speaking to the city of Seminole supervisor, however, her secretary always tells us she's not available, she won't use her window. 2 weeks ago, when my staff members went down there and handed over that check, they asked for the same thing, and she wouldn't do it. So we've been told that we would have to take it up with the city council because it's their policy. I thought it was just our tribe that had this issue, but apparently it's all tribes, absentee, Sac and Fox. And I believe St. Anne was one that commented they had the same issue.
Marriage town, that's money. This marriage town.
Yep.
You have President Hardman.
She's in more for review in our procurement department. Would it be possible to get social service an e-card where they have a certain limit and it's issued to the director and she's able to call in with the credit card and make those payments? Because that's the direction we're going. I mean, that's what other people like.
And that actually, if that may be something, if we can't work anything out, that may be something we have to do with them and some of the other facilities going forward.
I think it would help social services because they are a crisis entity and it helps our members get access quicker. Thank you.
Yep. President Cuddy, and then back to the partner.
I think that was one of the questions I wanted to ask. How long does it take them to get their payment? That might be one of the issues. Is how long does it take? How long does it take to get payments?
It depends on when they turn it in. Normally, they'll try to turn it around fairly quickly, you know, on these types of issues. But you're looking at probably 24 to 48 hours, depending on the time of the week. Yeah, if we have to cut a check, it probably could take at least 24, but I would say, you know, quickly about 48 hours would be the quickest turnaround we could do. Well, if they, normally what the process is, as you explained, is with most of our vendors in cities, if our program calls and says they're going to turn payment for this amount, then they will accept that and keep the account open. But there are some that don't, and this happens to be one of them, and it's creating a problem. And probably the solution is to look at a different type of payment method as recommended by President Hardin. Representative Hardrow, come back.
My question was that maybe the administration needs to be there to intervene for the department, you know, because it was my understanding that they not only treat our tribe that way, they treat other tribes that way. You know, the tribes around the Shawnee area and things like that. Potawatomis, Shawnees, Sacapoxes, they treat them the same way. And if they do, I think this ought to be a united effort for our people, you know, to go in there and say, you know, what can we do to, you know, help our people and you help us to help them. You know, I think that needs to be done.
Well, if our only option becomes to go to the city council meeting and request, exception to that policy, then who will be the ones going? Someone from my office in addition to, the department. So that way we can address the city council directly. Representative Fulbright?
Yeah, without them even telling us what the reason being for not, working with us on this, we have no idea how to resolve it. I agree we do need to go to the city council meeting because that's a procedure, and they're asking that. And maybe get the other tribes that get the same actions on that and get it resolved. We won't go unless they tell us, and if they're hiding behind the window, they'll want us to talk to the nation, and I mean, how are we supposed to resolve it? But it does cause a hardship on the tribal members. I mean, and also, I do know that some tribes, it takes up to 2 weeks to get a payment, to get a check to whoever we're needing to help, with payment and stuff. So, with us not being in that category, that's not fair. So, if that can happen, I'd like to see it happen where you can attend, you put on the agenda for the city council with the other tribes. I'm sure they would be open to that.
Representative Shaw?
I myself, wouldn't want to put those shoes to be the only one set up. There are other tribal nations that are affected by this. And I think each and every one of those nations need to side with us and go up there and sit down and talk to these people to resolve this issue. Not just Seminole Nations one up there, but I think that if the CBNs and the Shawnees, all them are affected, then you send a representative or send their administration over there so they can better understand what's going on. And the city of Tecumseh needs to know that if we cut all ties as Native Americans from that town would wither up. It's about to wither and blow away now, it did.
And that's what's unfortunate about it is they don't have any other choice for air, for water, and electric. So they do have to utilize the city of Tecumseh.
Maybe all the tribes need to get together and drill their own wells.
Missy, correct me if I'm wrong, though, but the directors are with you on this and have said that they're going to address, want to all get onto the council together and go together and address the issue?
Yes, and it's not just social services departments. Some of the other tribes I mentioned, it's been our ICW department. It's been our domestic violence department. Because they also make payments for those families within the program.
Misty, whenever someone turns in an application for some kind of help and she didn't tell me what kind, 2 weeks ago, and she hasn't heard anything, how long was the normal process then?
She hasn't heard anything. Normally, you can turn around an application process very quickly, as long as they have all their required documents that they submit with it. When they don't have those, we do make phone calls to them to try to get a hold of them. Sometimes phone numbers bad, sometimes voicemail full. So that's the only other option we have other than going on the letter.
But normally the turnaround time is a couple of days?
Yeah, probably.
Thank you.
Representative Miller?
So am I understanding that that's going to be our option to meet with the city council and find out what's going on, why we can't get this resolved, or how we can get it resolved? Is that what our plan of action is?
That would be one of the first steps, yes. The other step is actually we would explore what Representative Hardeman talked about. And see
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a payment we could make. 'Cause I think it would facilitate relationships with a number of our vendors if that was an option. One of the problems with that option is many of the cities actually charge you extra for using that card, and that would be one of the things that we might ask that we would want to, in return for being speeding up that process, we would be asking for a waiver of that fee. But we'll still, in that circumstance, we'd still probably have to go to the city council because it would require change in their policy and all likelihood.
Well, I think the council needs to revisit that at some point to make sure, because, in this type of weather, I hate for our elders to go without electricity, they get it cut off. They said this has happened. You know, we might be putting some of our people in danger, not us, but the city of Tecumseh. So let's do what we can. You know.
Any other questions for social services? Representative
I'd
Harjo?
like to, at our next meeting, I'd like to hear a report back.
Thank you. Is there who else would you like to, anyone else? President Cody? Whitehorse? Is Captain Coker? Captain Coker, do you want to? Again, I'm asking you, so we have such a large number of new faces in the crowd, if you could introduce yourself. Chris.
Hello, I'm Captain Chris Coker, Seminole Whitehorse.
One of the questions that Van asked was, whatever happened to the fire range that was talked about, I don't know if you're familiar with it or not.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the fire range. I've been in the process on that so for several years, and at the time we're not focused on that right now. We're more focused on the new PD over here, and hopefully here in the future we will eventually get a training. Yes, ma'am. A training facility built. Yes, yeah, we're still looking forward to doing that. Yes.
And do you have a place already for that?
No, we have a couple locations, maybe down in the Bowling area for the try to purchase wing down there, or possibly out here.
Actually, the designated location is, that the council approved, is the property west of North Community Center, going back down in that area. The former Chief Dowell had identified a site in the new property we acquired that he preferred. Now, no action has been taken to change this location. So that's where we're at. We have a designated location from the General Council. We have a small budget, but the amount of money that's available to us is, you know, as you know, the proposed discussion with the council on the firing range was, the firing range was about a $300,000 project, and we have $100,000 in the help the carry account that NIGC set up some years ago. So, you know, we're gonna have, if the department's gonna have new leadership, the department's gonna have to figure out what do we want to do, and you know, do we want to stay with that plan? If so, then we'll have to work out how we're going to finance it, where are we going to get the money to make that happen, if that's what we do. Yeah, if we decide, if that's a preferred location, then we'll have to come back here and ask the council to release this location and move it to the other location.
Thank you.
Representative Hill.
So it seems like that nothing has changed since the former chief was here before, okay? So, like the chief said, we were planning on putting it west up in North Community. I believe Chief Dowell had like a little over $9,000 still left that he was planning on using, okay? So, if things didn't change, is that $9,000 still there?
Trust me, we're gonna have to look further into that. Honestly, I don't know.
I mean, do you have it? Have you seen your budget? You still got $9,000 still on the books?
I'm aware of $100,000 that we have. Like Chief Harper,
that's from NIGC.
Yeah, we don't have any other funding for that. I don't know what Chief Dowell was referring to, or.
But before NIGC came into the picture pertaining to 300 down to 100,000 and all that, he still had 9,000 in there.
I don't know about 9,000, but when he came here, you know, we had a substantial amount of carryover from the prior year. He was wanting to use that money to build the shooting range, in addition with the other funds. And we submitted a request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to do that, and they said they never said no, but they never said yes. Their preference was that we use those funds to for a better facility for Light Horse. So that's what we did, is we went in and renovated what had been the dialysis for their use.
See, something like that, Chief, was never told to us, okay? You know what I mean? We don't know what goes on down here. But anyway, it was supposedly handled properly the way it dialysis center, so.
We're hopefully we'll have, I want to shoot very bad training facility. That's the top priority. It is. So hopefully we'll get one built soon.
County doesn't have a shooting facility.
They have the dirt hill they shoot into. What we call it.
Now, for training purposes, are you sitting on the Shawnee at Fire Lake?
Yeah, yes, we do with Shawnee PD firing range as well.
Are we having a good working relationship with them without them saying that we don't want people here?
With sheriff's office here or?
No, the Shawnee and the.
Oh, Shawnee's, yes, Shawnee's fine. They're great.
Representative Markham?
I guess that raises the other question. How is our relationship with the Seminole Police Department?
Police Department or Sheriff's Office? Both of them?
Both of them, either one, both, either and both.
With the Sheriff's Office, it's non-existent, and it will continue to be unfortunately because of the Sheriff. So with Seminole PD, that's better. With that being said, the city of Weldon has approached us to cross commission with them, and the Creek Nation has approached us to cross commission with them. So, and the BIA will be down, I think, Wednesday to finally give us our BIA federal commissions. So things are looking a lot better in the relationships. Good.
Representative Shaw?
I forgot, Chief Dowd said he was gonna meet with the county commissioners and the sheriff, try to get them to come to an agreement with our Light Horse. If not, he was gonna ask them to come to our council meeting to address our council and our desires. Has any of that transpired yet?
Not to my knowledge, no, I've never do that. I mean, the county commissioners or sheriff's deal.
Well, they stood right here, of course, they would meet with the county commissioners and have the county sheriff come in to try to have a working relationship between us and them. And he's mad because y'all stole his glory, I guess, when y'all did these drug raids and all this. He didn't get a penny out of it. That's what it was. You stole his glory, he's mad about it. That's the bottom line.
Probably, yeah, sounds probably right. With the drug interdiction we have with the investigator Craig Hicks, and he's assigned to DA task force. He works for us. Since you brought drug raids and procedures, last month, investigator Hicks and DEA stopped the car on the interstate, seized 40 pounds of meth and $82,000 cash. In our sheriff, that's going to be about $41,000. So, with that means there's avenues out there to possibly pay for, like the gun range and stuff, through that route.
See, there you go again, stealing county sheriff's glory.
You got to work to get glory, so.
Representative Miller?
Have we put the time limit on this? I need to go to
We have a minute left on this one. Any other questions for Captain Coker? Thank you.
Do you guys do ARPA investigations? I'm sorry. Archaeological Resource Protection Act, do you do this kind of investigations?
We have not conducted an investigation like that yet. It's just that.
You got any training in that?
Not my knowledge, no.
close to our time limit, so if there's no other questions for Captain Coker, we'll thank you, Chris, for thank you for that report. Representative Miller?
They're not on the reports committee, I guess they got left off. I wanted to hear from the Independence Day Committee. Rodney Factor.
Would the council object for Mr. Representative Miller's request? If there's none, we'll give Mr. Factor some time. Rodney, if you would mind coming forward.
Rodney, could you just give us an overview of the committee's work on planning the historic Independence Day, August 7th, 1856 tree?
Well, what we're looking at, some of you may have attended last year or the year before, we're looking at hosting that on August the 7th, of course, as designated by the council. Recognize our independence in the 1856 treaty. We're looking at doing that on Monday, August the 7th here, starting at 5 p.m. and running through about, I think, 8 or until it's done. But just like to encourage everyone to attend. Any questions? Well, the agenda, it's in a draft form now, but the overall program will be the history of the 1856 treaty, how it came about, and those that were involved, and when I say how it came about, the reason for it, and just the basic history of 1856 treaty. But
This will be separate, sir?
yeah, there'll be a meal served. I think there'll be door prizes that will be given out at 2 different times during that period. There'll be the meal will be served first, and then after that we'll go into our program. And I think gaming is also going to sponsor some things there at the facilities.
There'll be commemorative t-shirts.
There'll be t-shirts. There's some not flyers, but there's some posters around and some things online. I think that has been posted. So far, I haven't seen anything. I was talking to someone else about it yesterday that's involved in they said they hadn't seen anything as far as flyers and stuff like that. Just being distributed.
And the reason we feel this is very important is that if you understand and read the history of this episode of the Seminole Nation, we would not even be here right now today. You wouldn't even be talking about anything. We wouldn't even exist. We'd be part of the Creek. And a lot of people don't know that history. They need to know how it came about that we became the Seminole Nation here in Indian Territory. And the struggles our people went through. They took us all the way back to Florida, all the way to the mountains of Mexico, and back here to Indian Territory. So it's a very, very intriguing story. It's something we need to pass on to our young people. And this is one way that this committee is working to get this history out. We're not getting paid, but we meet on our own. And the money we have is very meager, so we can't do a whole lot, but we're doing the best we can. So hopefully in the years to come, the tribe will understand the importance of this historic day. It's our 4th of July, but it'll be this coming Monday, starting at 5 o'clock. Wear your Seminole outfit, or your breechcloth, whatever you want to wear. No. Wear your patchwork and come on out. But thank you, Rodney.
I think that's what Dwayne was saying is basically about identity, and that's what our people were struggling to maintain at that time. And like Dwayne said, if it wasn't for them and for that treaty at that time, then we wouldn't be sitting here today as Seminole separate from the Creek Nation. Really.
Representative Harjo?
Seminole, Iowa.
That's the language program. She's not here today. Fulbright. Pardon me, Hazelwood. Representative Hazelwood.
Chief, can you give me an update on the alcohol and substance abuse program and what's going on there day to day as far as anybody there seeing any patients or anything? Is there a director hired?
We still have not hired a director. You know, they're the same as far as the program activities. They're still the same as they were before. They're groups, and we're working, as we said before, we're working with someone to be able to do assessments. Assistant Chief's exploring contracting opportunities to try to restore basic level of service. We have not completed any of those contracts at this time, but that's the basic operational plan to move us back to a level of functional.
What kind of groups are being done, and like who's running them?
We have the two staff people that are there. Tom Lowe and Sharon Johnson do the groups. I'm not that familiar with it, so I can't say exactly what kind of level. For the extent they have credentials, it's for that level of activity. You know, they're not credentialed at the master's level or other levels to be able to do direct counseling or do the assessments. Neither one of them have that capability.
Okay.
For that credential.
There's really no therapy going on there.
No therapy.
I didn't understand what you said when Seminole, Iowa.
She's not here today. That director.
Who is that?
Melanie Fry.
Melanie Fry? What do you do? What is this about?
They're working with the language program. Is what she's doing. What they're working on right now is they're working on some apps to bring up. There's a couple of things they're primarily targeting is what they call the dictionary, online dictionary. When oral, it's an app that allows you to both see and hear the word, and there's another thing they call vocabulary builder. So those two kind of work together. They plan on introducing those later this fall when they get them. That's what they've been working on primarily.
Is that what comes on Facebook every once in a while?
Yeah, and plus a lot of little videos they do on Facebook, those are things. But they're actually trying. The apps will actually be a little bit more specific, and hopefully will be a little bit more directed to drive language development use. But there's a company that provides that, and they're adapting that, working with that platform for our language.
Chief CHR?
I don't know if they're on this list for today.
Their report is on.
Yeah, the report's here. Is Jerome here today? He didn't tell us he wouldn't be here. I don't see anyone from CHR here today.
Do you have a representative from CHR?
No, I don't see anyone.
And even though the next scheduled meeting isn't a program meeting,
we can have him back.
Okay.
Representative, yes, let's come here.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You were talking to Representative Coker. I didn't know if you were waving at him or waving at us. So. Representative Fishbaton?
WIA?
There is no WIA director at this time.
So do you know anything about why they didn't do the summer youth?
There is no summer youth program anymore. The summer youth program was eliminated by the feds. They now have a year-round youth program. So the kind of program we used to run, they don't run that anymore. They place youth year-round.
I guess that needs to be relayed to the lady in the office over there, because she was told that there was no money for summer youth, and I got just several phone calls from different tribal members, and then
I know one of the things they were trying to do this year is because they had some money that was left over from not having the director, is they were going to try to use that and do a little bit more hirings during the summer than they would have done ordinarily. I don't know how far they got in that process.
I was told that they got their money late last year, so therefore they couldn't have the program.
And that funding would have been available to them this year, and that's what they were trying to do. That's the last thing I heard from them on that. They would be trying to put more people on during the summer, but there's not an actual summer youth program anymore. What they were trying to do is they have X amount of dollars to use with youth, and they were simply going to expand the number of people they hired during the summer. Effectively the same thing, but it's not something that you'd be able to do every year.
So why is there not a director then?
We haven't hired one. I was wanting to go because the amount of money involved is so small. We were offered the opportunity by the Department of Labor to go what they recommended us going Public Law 477 and combining and putting an application for that and combining the Job Placement Training Act and WIA into one grant. And we just got behind because of budget issues, and we missed the deadline for this year. So we'll have to wait till next year. It doesn't seem, amount of activity there doesn't really seem practical to hire a director specifically for that purpose.
And can I call wildlife, parks and recreation?
What number of public law was that?
477, 101 477. Shane? It's hard to forget.
Remember I had asked you about the prices during nation days at the camp? Did you ever come up with some that's tribal members?
We just decided to go with the same. I mean, it's $7 for tents and 10 for RVs, and that's as far as other RV parks and stuff like that. That's
Yeah, I think that's about the rule right now. But also I was told that the lighting is very bad, and there was some RVs down there last year that every time they came, they flew every circuit.
We had that change for last year, and the only reason I think one of them might have went out last year was because the bigger RVs are starting to come in, and they were running 2 air conditioners.
So can we limit that to where everybody has?
Well, I told those guys because I didn't know before. I think I don't know if 2 air conditioners on one RV is a new thing or whatever. But I told them just to run one, or it would, it wouldn't roll out.
And the other thing was water. There's only one spigot.
There's only one, and we made it that way so they could pull in and fill up their water tanks and then go and park. It's just another expense that we really don't have a need for just the lighting. As far as I know, David in maintenance had OG&E or Canadian Valley come out, and they fixed all the ones going out towards the softball fields, but I'm not sure if they got them.
Will you check on that?
I will check.
Like, is the little RV thing, is it open, like, say when those guys were working at the veterans side over there, was that open to somebody that was working there, that they could park?
It's open year round for anybody who calls and wants to use it. It doesn't get open much, but if I know somebody's going to use it, then I'll.
It doesn't
prioritize, so I don't mow it as much as I need to. It's mowed now. But, you know, being it only gets used once a year, you know, it's
Maybe we need to advertise that, can it be put in our tribal paper? You know, get a little bit of advertising behind it. But I would recommend to you, if you mow it several times before Nation Day is done.
Yeah, it's mowed now.
Okay, and it will be mowed by then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you ever get those signs? I asked you for the 918, at least some kind of identification that that's our property.
Right. I did just get the design. You know, I was waiting for some kind of design so, you know, we don't have to redo anything. And I'm waiting for one bid. But I got the design and we're in the process of getting bids. I just need one more.
Okay, will you email out the designs so we can at least know what to expect? Thanks.
Mentioned a while back about control farm on the property, and maybe a cultural resource assessment survey or something. Has that been done yet?
Yes, I sent that out. Maybe about a week after. I don't know. It should have went to y'all because I sent. You know, when you wanted me to do the map, I got the map sent out a little later. But the cultural resource study should have been sent to y'all already.
It's going out on the lane.
Do what?
The fences, the gates, stuff.
I've got it. Rhodes came in and, you know, did all the dirt work and everything. We got the tin horn in, and I haven't picked up the fence, but I have the H-races made by Cedar Valley near Woboka, and I just need to go put them up, or pick them up and put them in. But they're made, and I got them purchased.
How about a little water?
Do what?
Down by the river, it's okay down there?
It floods all the time. That fence down there is wooden. We're just gonna have to replace it. I mean, there's nothing else we can do.
They can replace you.
No, we haven't replaced that.
When you're here, your council here, I came across something in the paper. And it was farm real quick, they were going to lease land to put panels up for the electric. I think they said about $1,500 an acre.
For what was that?
Some kind of, they want solar panels up out in pasture. They want to lease it for 10 to 20 years. Like, put these up in there, I think it said $1,500 an acre that they will pay to use it. I'll bring a paperwork up to show you. They ain't gonna use it, we might as well get liquor off of it. I think it's pretty good.
Any other questions for Wildlife Parks? Did any butterflies show up?
The fall migration is right now. So
Are they showing up to?
I haven't seen too many. I mean, there was a lot in the spring. I haven't seen too many in the fall.
We get horse?
There's no other questions for Wildlife Parks?
Next one, diabetes program.
Diabetes program?
Can I go next? Yeah, I know.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
I believe Mr. Chairperson wanted you to tell who you were, so a lot of people don't know.
Diabetes program, I'm Dwayne Byron, Director.
That's good. Anyway, Dwayne, I just got first of all, I'd like to compliment you on your previous camp that y'all had, I believe it was a week or 2 weeks ago, pertaining to allowing at least, I guess, 32 or give or take, some of the Seminole kids that wanted to attend, that they went down there on their own and they had a very good time. Everything was paid for pertaining to their lodging, their food, and everything. And also, I understand they went to Turner Falls and all that, and they had a very good time. And I just want to compliment you and your staff. And I believe first day I went down there to drop off my grandsons, I asked for the director of CHR, and I saw him down there. My question would be, was he assisting you in any way?
Jerome Harrison, he's always volunteered to help with our camp. This year I'm short-staffed, so I really needed his help as a counselor for the boys. So yeah, he's always helped every year since he's been employed with Seminole.
But he was there the whole week, right?
Let's see, he was there. He did leave early one day.
I just want to know if he was there.
Yeah, he was there, but he left and came back.
But he volunteered.
Yes.
But he didn't volunteer to come today, though.
No, I'm not his supervisor. But we do usually have 32 kids, but this year we had 41 kids coming into the camp, so this was our largest camp ever. So.
And sir, the last question I have for you would be that, is it true that you had a van that you're supposed to have utilized from the transportation to take the Ada with you? However, the Princes Committee supposedly took the van that they had reserved for you, right?
I was informed by our property manager that the van that we had reserved would be used by the Princes Committee for a trip they were going for. So they superseded our program, and we found alternative means through transportation through Rachel, and I'd like to commend them for helping us get the kids to Turner Falls.
Okay, I mean, that's the reason why I'm asking. If you have any kind of difficulties.
Yeah, we need to get the van. So.
Because once it seems like if you have a vehicle already reserved, then you're entitled to use it because you've already made plans. Instead of our people turning around saying, well, you can't use it because now we're going to use it for someone else, you know?
Yeah.
That's not too kosher, okay?
Did you reserve it like 5 minutes prior to?
We had it reserved, yes. But I was our backup plan. Any more questions? Thank you for that compliment. The diabetes camp is something. It was our 9th camp, so it's always a good turnout, and it was. And I'll share the pre and post test question to see how we measured, and see how effective our training methods were on the next report.
This is your 3rd year or 4th year?
This is our 9th year.
9th year that you've been doing every year?
Yes.
I wish there were more people that were concerned about our people to do something that you do every year. And continue to do what you do, okay? And you've got my whole compliment on you. You did well.
All right, thank you, sir. Oh, yeah. We're always trying to find alternative ways to get our people to exercise. We have paddle boards. We actually have 2 paddle boards, and it's like a big surfboard. You know, we paddle, it's exercise. We're using the pond, so we just got them the other day where we had people using it today. So it's a good exercise, and if you guys want to come out and jump on the paddle boards with James, our exercise specialist, yeah, we already had one person fall into the lake or the pond to get back up, but we're trying to get more kids too. So anytime you're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
CIP and enrollment?
I don't believe they're on the list here, are they?
Yes.
They are, all right. Shirley, you want
Shirley Walker, Director, Tribal Enrollment, Steve Matthews. Yes, good morning. I was wondering if you could explain to me the process of being a member into the band when they enroll. But can you let me know how it works? Because I know in the Constitution says you follow your mother's band, but their mother is not enrolled in Seminole, and she's enrolled in another tribe, but they are in the band I guess she would be in if she was in the tribe. Can you explain how that's going to do that?
The band system is kind of like playing system. It's matrilineal, and so they follow their mother. If your mother does not have Seminole blood at all, then you follow your father. But if your mother has Seminole blood, then we go with the mother's side.
Okay, I guess that's where I'm confused, and I don't know if the rest of you, you elders that know. To me, it just reads that if your mother is not an enrolled member, then you follow your father's band. So that's how I thought. If your mother
doesn't say enrolled member.
So whether she's enrolled or not, but she has Seminole blood, you will still follow her band.
That's right.
Is that how it's supposed to be, and is that how it's written and interpreted? I mean, I interpret it differently. If she's not Seminole, then you don't follow her.
More information on that. We've had that argument right on this floor several times in the past. And if the mother is Seminole, I don't care if she registered Creek, Comanche, Kyle, or whatever, she's still Seminole. And being a matrilineal nation, we follow our mothers. They follow their mothers. That's been determined several years ago before you made out most ago, or even on the council. But we've had that fight here. A good one is your band. What's her name? Rosetta Penny. She was in the Freedman band and chairman of the Freedman band for several years. And then come to find out, down the line, she's part Indian, so she had to go to India. That's how she got out of the Freedman band and had to go to the Mississippi band. She had to relinquish from one or the other, and she decided to stay with the Mississippi. I'm just using her for an example, because that's something that did happen. But the thing is, this fight has been fought already on this floor. Although we don't have records of it up here and everything, maybe y'all do need some records so I can be telling y'all what that.
Well, see, that's what I'd rather have black and white, because I mean, what I can see.
I understand what you'd like to have, but you tell me how many stories that you've heard from Native Americans that are in black and white. They're all oral. So therefore, I'm bringing to you an oral history of what's already happened here. I spent a day or two here. I think I can remember that much. I may not remember my name when I walk outside, but I do remember.
And that's what I want to explain, because there were some members wanting to know how did that come about.
If they want to come in, we can pull their records and show them exactly how it goes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Harjo, then Representative Hardman in the back.
I just wanted to say that we have that in our band bylaws. How that goes. They go with the fathers. Got it in our bylaws.
Your bylaws can't supersede the Constitution. We
There.
did what you might need to change.
Representative Hardeman.
What would it take for our tribe to go to a card that was recognized, like at Walmart Pharmacy? I know Muskogee Creek's new to it, Cherokee's up new to it. Are you familiar? I think there's a Prodigy system for enrollment departments.
The enhanced card.
The enhanced card?
Enhanced card you've been looking at.
You've been looking at that? Okay. How far out are we bringing that forward?
I guess we're already good, but we have to move.
Okay, how much? Do you know how much?
One of the things that we one of the things we had kind of planned, Shirley and I have talked about this now and researched this for probably about the better part of 2 years. And the process, depending on what level you wish to implement, could be doable, but expensive to very expensive. And what we had planned, and I hope you would continue this if possible, was to bring the Native American representative who works with this project with Homeland Security to this council in October to explain to you what would be involved and and so that we could get started on the process of getting to that point. And then you could then kind of help decide what you wanted to do to be able to get to that point. At the highest level, the enhanced travel card, if you wanted to be able to use that to board airplanes and things with Real ID compliant, it requires you to be in Homeland Security's database. And most tribes are charging about $35 or more for the card because it's an expensive card. But it would be usable as an ID. You know, it would be accepted in most wherever a Real ID would be required, it would be acceptable. But between that point and what we have now, there's quite a bit of distance. So we thought the best place to start would be to bring that person here to explain to this council exactly what's involved, what funds might be available through grants to assist this process, and then let you decide where we wanted to go, if we wanted to go all the way, or we wanted to stop somewhere between where we are now with our cards and being full Real ID compliant. That would be up to the council. And the costs, all those, you know, some of that information, once you knew what you were trying to get to, then that would dictate the cost. A full Real ID compliant system would be fairly expensive, and it would take, depending who you talk to, several months to a couple of years to actually get done through the Homeland Security process. But there are more tribes doing it. The process is getting better than it was several years ago. So we thought that would be the best place to start. And we would still recommend that be your starting point, is to have the Homeland Security Native Liaison works with this program, come and talk to you and outline for you what that process would be, and then charges with, you know, moving forward from there.
So it would be, when you count the money for it, would be around 100,000?
But it probably would be more than that. You have equipment. The cards themselves are very expensive. If you go to full Real ID compliant, they require 3 levels of security, enhanced security measures, and the production of the card is probably one of the more expensive pieces. Then the printer that you use, or the system you use to create that card, or you know put individuals' names on it, is an issue. Now, one of the things, again, depending on what we're wanting to do, one of the options that is possible would be for us, because we're relatively small, to work with one of the other tribes that's buying the system and let them run our card. But then that means they'd have to have our information, and you may not want to allow our enrollment information out. So, I mean, there's a lot of issues that you're going to have to address to go to that level, and we've tried to get an understanding of it. We got to that point and said we better let people who do this, who would be proving it, come to the council and talk to them and let them answer your question.
Would it be able, if we do this, would it be able to use this as getting into federal buildings, like airplanes?
If the card is Real ID compliant, and that's the standard, then the answer is yes. But again, there's some different aspects in the nuances of this that I can't explain to you, and you really need an expert to address that with you. What we would like to have is our card be accepted as an ID, at minimum, around in here, so that, you know, a person wouldn't have to have, a lot of our people can't get driver's license. It can be expensive to get a state ID all the time. So, you know, one of the services that we think would be beneficial to our people would be actually create an ID that would be accepted as an ID around, you know, for your normal business purpose. The Real ID is the ID that's compliant for purposes of boarding airplanes and, you know, entering federal buildings, things of that nature. There's certain, as you know, certain requirements, regulations to go with that. So,
Let me ask you one more question. This car, it's gonna be this expensive. And like, if you ever get another award, judgment fund, hand out to the public, could this car be able, you could have to put money on, so they can use that item cash? So, we'll be able to do that.
I would say, I don't know. You know, realistically, because it has the tape on it, you could probably encode it with whatever information you wanted to. But there's minimum requirements if it's going to be real ID. And then whatever we might be willing to do above and beyond that, I can't answer that question for you. That's one I think you need to leave to an expert. You know, again, why we wanted to start with bringing Homeland Security down to talk to you. Because there's a lot of things that, you know, we literally, the nation doesn't know about, you know, that process. And they can tell you what they would allow, if, you know, or this is the minimum and you can do whatever you want to above and beyond that in terms of encoding the card. So I can't give you an answer to that question, Ralph. Technically, it should be possible.
Shirley, what is the policy and procedure for updating info on enrollment?
The policy for updating enrollment?
Information.
Well, it's up to the individual to come update their records. We have an update form on the website.
And then also it was brought up by the same band member that there was a lady that was going to relinquish to go to another tribe. And she was told that she would have to pay to relinquish.
No, it doesn't cost to pay. You come in and direct your relinquishment form. It's notarized, and as soon as we accept it, you're out.
Notarized right there in your office.
Or they can bring it in, but we don't charge.
So the update form on the website needs to be notarized prior to. What
Not the update form, but if somebody wants to relinquish, no, it doesn't cost.
What needs to be notarized?
The relinquishment form.
But that's not, is that on the website?
Yes. Yes, it's on there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for enrollment?
Last question.
Yeah.
Shirley, the tribal membership cards that you have in your office, when somebody comes in to enroll or whatever, you take their picture, etc., right?
Yes.
And then they wait for the picture? The card?
Oh, they wait for the card. We go ahead and take their pictures so they don't have to come back.
No, can they wait? Can they wait for the card?
If they're new enrollee, no.
Okay, but if somebody wants to renew it or whatever, it's
Yeah,
all.
they can come right in and take a new picture, and it probably doesn't take 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, and you got the cards and everything?
Yes,
And don't the tribal membership card have the chief's name on it down the bottom on the right?
yes.
So anybody could come in and say, I'm so-and-so and all that, and they got fake identification and all that, and you could take a picture of them and then have them.
If they already have a picture on file, we can look at it and tell it's one.
But my
But then
question,
they have to have ID, yes.
my question is, you do have cards already signed by the chief in your office?
No. They're printed out on the computer.
Yeah.
When it prints it out, then that's when that signature goes on there. The enrollee signs, and then his signature is right on there.
It's not on the card. The card is a blank.
Right.
The printer puts all that information and prints it on the card. So there are no blank cards sitting around, but the information is in, you know, the enrollment system computer.
But it's already like pre-signed by your signature and all that, what they utilize.
Well, I don't know how they do it. I'm assuming they have a file of my signature on it, so when they enter it and they create a card, then it pulls my signature in, pulls their signature in, pulls their picture in. I'm assuming that's how it works. I don't know.
You need nothing more on how you feel?
God, Amanda.
God, he's gonna get you a picture.
We're about 10 to 12, Mr. Shaw.
Our grants writer, you never put her on, never, ever. We never get any kind of report from our grant writing section. Why not? That's one question. And how many grants does that person write? And how much time do they spend in their office over there and not over here in CHR? Those are the questions that we're asking my band, and I'm gonna ask you.
We have routinely presented reports for the grants writing activity. We have not received one in probably at least a quarter. Probably the last one was, if we got one this year, it's been a couple of quarters ago. But we have received those. We usually get them at least once a year, so I can get the report.
Well, what I'd like to know is how many grants has that person written? How many grants have we received that are not reoccurring grants? And how many that were turned down because of inadequate resources?
We compile that information, and that's usually in the report that we give you. It's a table that has that information, so we can get that.
I think that this council needs to be aware that we've got so many grants coming in, people. And now, the other thing is we got Grisso Mansion, rumor. I want somebody from Grisso Mansion up there so I can rumor. There, though. Stay like that. Well, they got to go now.
They're not on the agenda, but you could ask.
No, but I'd like to ask a question.
Pose a question.
The question is, my understanding that we no longer receive budgets from the Grisso LLC or whoever they are over there anymore, and those budgets don't need to be viewed by this council, and we just give them money. Well, the other thing is that we no longer, if that's the case, then we no longer have anything to do with the Grisso Mansion. Then why are we still paying on it?
You're not paying on it.
We're not?
You're not. When it was refinanced, you stopped payment. That's one of the reasons there's not a budget in the FY18 for Grisso, is that, you'll have to discuss that with Grisso, but as far as we're concerned, the budget was in there, is the money that we were contributing. And we asked them to also include their operating at that time. But once we quit contributing to them, they didn't submit a budget for 18 for approval through this, for the process that, for the comprehensive budget.
I'm bringing that up for your food for the store. I'm not gonna.
Because they renewed that loan?
Yeah, because the loan was refinanced. And it was refinanced under the Grisso Mansion, not the Tribe LLC.
Did you try to co-sign it? Yes.
I believe we're a guarantor.
All right,
So
we're guarantor, I think we need to see it.
it's not the same as co-signing, but it's
The
close.
same thing.
So-
If they fail to pay it, we're gonna pay it.
Representative Narkin.
Does the funds, the rental that we get off the clinic still go to pay the mortgage on it?
No.
No more?
I think the last, it would have been paid up until maybe about April. That was a source of discussion between Grisso and the treasurer. They thought it would continue, and the resolution authority did not continue it past the loan. So at the latest, it would have been the last payment that would have been made. And I don't know how they resolved that issue. It would have been April. at the time the loan documents were actually concluded. You approved, I think, the refinance in December, January, but it took several months to actually close the loan.
So that money is now for,
It's,
to you.
yeah, as far as I know,
Okay.
nothing's been paid to the tribe at that point. So, Cody?
I know that, Seminole Day is not on the program, but I would like to say, I don't know when they meet or who's on the committee or whatever, but I would like to make a suggestion, those of you that are on the committee, you can do something about it. Usually between after the parade and we come out here, the seniors, they kind of just sit and be open and wait for something to happen, and there's no activities going on out there. If they can put something out there, maybe somebody singing or whatever, you know, but that was really good, so we have to discuss it. Just mention it.
Okay. You might, Mr. Isham is responsible for the arena activities from after the parade through to dinner. So you might, any recommendation you have, you might pass on to him. He's in the process of constructing the agenda at this time. The only thing that I know of for certain is State of the Nation address at, at 1 o'clock. And after, whatever's before that, and after that, I know he's got cultural presentations planned and other things planned. I haven't seen a final agenda for that. And I'm pretty sure he hadn't got to it because he's going to try to stay.
Who's gonna be the, entertainment out there?
The headliner will be Los Lonely Boys. I believe Gary Gibson is going to open on the main stage, and we have a local band who will be on the small stage at dinner. I haven't seen the final reports of who all is. Pardon?
Just off of Seminole Nation Days, if you guys haven't had a chance to review the actual website for Seminole Nation Days, it's awesome. I don't know who's responsible for that. I'm assuming our IT department, but it is top notch, really well done. So I encourage you guys to look at that. It gives you all the information you just asked, and I was very impressed with that. So if you get a chance to do something, thank you.
It is new. I probably ought to have them show it to you when you come back from lunch, but it is new. They just, totally redid the website and the calendar events. It looks really, really, really good. Representative Millen and Representative Shaw.
I just had a question for Jalen, if probably somebody can just give me an answer. What are they going to distribute backpacks?
You like that. Jonathan, if you want to come on up.
I just want to know when you're going to distribute backpacks.
It's going to be on the same night.
Jonathan, you want to come up and use the mic so everybody can hear you? Okay. Give the date and time and introduce yourself as well.
Hello, my name's Jonathan Bennett. I'm the jail director for Seminole.
What's your name again?
Jonathan Bennett. It depends a lot on the school district, but for instance, our largest school district, which is Seminole, they're going to do their backpack and supply distribution on the 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. in a high school cafeteria. I know that a lot of the other school districts, when they're doing their supply distributions, will also hand out backpacks. There are a few that are not, simply because I think there may be some other departments that do backpack distributions as well, but I'm not 100% sure. That'll probably be a question for maybe ask now, but they are planning on doing backpack distributions as well. So. In the past, CHR is looking at possibly doing some, and then also possibly tribal court, but maybe not. I know for sure they're probably going to do the supply distribution as well, but I don't know about that.
Okay, the one on the 10th.
Yes.
You said 5 o'clock to when?
6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Yes, that's the North Fork High School cafeteria. Yes. What? This is, yes, they are. Theirs is on the 2nd, I believe. And they're doing it a little different. They're doing it in the morning from backpacks as well.
Are you gonna have some for the council?
What?
Are you gonna have some for the council?
Backpacks?
Yeah. I just wanted to commend you also on your summer program, the summer youth program. I think next year we have it again. I hope it's bigger and more participants. Because I went one day, me and Ronnie Factor, and I thought it was a good start. I feel like this could really contribute to our youth as far as our cultural information and history. I know there wasn't a whole lot of kids there, but next year I hope we get the word out and get more people out there.
Thank you.
Representative Hardiman and
I don't really have a question for you. I just wanted to say you did put it on Facebook. I've seen it circulating a few times, so maybe we can all put it and share it to our page so we can help you get the word out a few times. And I think you updated Barnum, is that right? Just last night or the night before? Can you email that to all of us?
Jonathan, you may need to put together a schedule of schools that you can email out as well. Okay. So that these people, they can pass it on to their members.
What are the documentations are you asking for the backpacks?
Well, I have a master list of all the JOM students that the schools provided to me, their CDIB or tribal membership card. So if the school already has that, I already have that. So a lot of the students that show up to receive the backpacks won't have to provide anything, they'll just need to tell them the name. And I'll be able to cross-reference and we have to have someone sign for documentation, usually a parent or guardian. But if they don't have it, because we do get some that transfer schools, or maybe the school hasn't submitted, or there are occasionally one or two that they just don't have it on file, we'll have a copier there at Seminole and some of the other locations as well to make copies and put them on file so they're not going home empty-handed or anything.
You require CDIB, what document?
Prefer tribal membership. JOM recognizes any student who's is a member of a federally recognized tribe. If they don't have the tribal membership, if they have a CDIB that shows that they are eligible for membership for a total of one quantum, they are considered JOM as well, which is a little different from like Title VI that the school does, because it's a different program. But that's the eligibility for JOM.
Any other questions for JOM? Thank you, Jonathan. It's we're now about a few minutes after 12. I think it's a good time to break for lunch. Are there any other reports you'd like to have after lunch? Otherwise, I'll release all the directors at this time.
Well, I have a question for you. I was noticing that ICW didn't have a report on this one, and they didn't have a report on the last time.
Okay. Cool. Get him to
So
get
I
your
was
report.
making notes.
Okay. Get him to get your report. There's no other. We'll come back after lunch. Then we begin with new business, and all the directors that are required to be here this morning. You don't have, unless you have a budget. Obviously, there may be questions about your budget. So I encourage you to stand back, come back. Try to get back at 1:15. Is that enough time? I have 5 after. Is 1:15 enough time for lunch for everybody? 1:30? Let's do 1:30. Come back at 1:30. We're at recess until 1:30. meeting back to order and ask the secretary to call the roll and the
Leah Sampson. Here. Anthony Wiley. Here. John Hockley. Here. Rena Tiger. Here. Kent Denny.
Here.
Kevin Hartman.
Here.
Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixicko. Here. David Narcovic.
Here.
Kelly Davis.
Here.
Sterling Springer.
Here.
Patricia Kishton. Here. Karen Fulbright. Here. Nanette Hazelwood. Here. Jennifer Horn. Here. Here. Stephen Gessler. Here. Marilyn Moore. Here. Lottie Foodie. Here. Abraham Peroni.
Here.
Susie Harjo. Here. Evan Spain.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Catherine McCoy. Here. Charlie Hill.
Here.
Fannie Harjo. Here. Dwayne Miller. Dwayne Miller. Ralph Coker.
Here.
Sherry Hartman. Yes. Here.
We have 27 members answer the roll call. We do have a quorum. Representative Hartman, you had your hand.
There was some confusion, I think, on the payment with CINDOC paying the payment to the Grisso. I clarified with Representative Springer. CINDOC is still making that payment. So I just want for the record, before we leave this building today, CINDOC is still making the Grisso mutual payment up until October. So just throw that out there.
I guess one question, they have not made a payment to the Treasury since then, since December. Are they making them directly to Grisso? Then somebody owes the Treasury some money from April to December. And we will be billing whomever Monday morning. The Treasurer needs
He agrees.
Okay. Well,
But it's not, it's definitely not CINDOC's overall profit, it's at least, that's where they take it out. From their sales of those.
I think we have things that are on the agenda. No, it needs to be addressed.
We're in a deficit right now. You got a bill on the floor, you got the deficit. Get up there and tell us what this deficit is.
It's not on the agenda, buddy.
I was just setting the record straight.
Well, the record is straight, but we need to know how to be financial.
And she, if that was brought up, can we go ahead and have it explained to everybody?
Please.
There ain't no peace about it. I mean, he needs to, if he's got something to tell us, let us hear it.
I think Representative Hardeman made the statement that she clarified the issue with Grisso Mansion and that CINDOC has been making payments. From our side, those payments used to flow through the Treasurer's office. They have not flowed to the Treasurer's office in December. So there were payments made against this loan from the Treasury of the Seminole Nation. So if payments are still being made to CINDOC, then we're going, from CINDOC now to the Grisso, then we're going to add, and the Treasurer is going to be requesting reimbursement for the payments that she made against that loan through April. And I don't think we have any more information than that than we can share with you at the time, other than that is what we understand the situation to be. And we'll have to clarify with Grisso on their side. You know, I think, Sherry, the last payment you made was in April, or was it March? April. So we made payments, we meaning the general fund made payments on behalf, because the way this works, the general fund made the payment, CINDOC reimbursed. We have not received reimbursements for the payments made, to my knowledge, since December, correct? So we're talking about January, February, March, and April. That would be due back from, if CINDOC has made the payments to the Grisso, then we'll be asking the GRISO for that money, because that was paid by the general fund on their behalf. And that's something we'll just have to clarify. I don't think we can provide any more information than that at this time.
Well, the question I'm asking now, you got me kind of confused a little bit. You're saying CINDOC's paying it.
I'm not saying CINDOC's paying it.
Well, they're saying CINDOC is paying, it's being paid.
Not anymore. Well, I guess, I don't know. See, there was during the transition from the tribe to CINDOC, them taking over their books, this was part of the discussion. We're not part of the discussion of we, meaning me and the treasurer. We're not part of the discussion of payments after April. When CINDOC, when GRISO assumed full responsibility for their books and everything when they got their loan settled, books and everything went to them. The payment, if they're getting it through October, should be going straight to them or to the bank, however they've got it arranged. But we, meaning the tribe, was involved in the process through the April payment to the bank, to Citizen Pod Waterman. So, that's our role in it. Whatever's happening after that is between, the answers would have to come from CINDOC or the GRISO, because we have no information on that at my office level.
Well, I'd like to have, for the council, I'm not gonna be here on 17th, but you're gonna be here, some of you. And you need those answers, so I'm gonna request that the administration send y'all documentation to everything that's happening on this GRISO thing. And that way y'all will be aware of what's happening. Hopefully, if you can take it back to the paper and Brent, I'd like you to come back to me at my band meeting. So I'd like to get this all straightened out.
What exactly would you like to get straightened out here? We can talk about it.
No, you didn't want to talk about it. Yeah, chief talk about it.
Yeah.
Turn around, you got other
You've
business.
been at every council meeting in the past 40 years, like,
You got other business, let's go.
I think we probably should follow Mr. Shaw's advice and actually send the request for information to GRISO. I'll start there and then we'll work back and provide that information to you as requested.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to new business. Our next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-08. Representative Harjo, behalf of the Business Corp Regulatory Commission.
Private ordinance 2017-08, this is private ordinance for Seminole Nation, Oklahoma, amending section 609, 614, and 633, and adding section 637 of the Seminole Nation Local Registration Code codified as chapter 6, chapter 28 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws to expand regulations to be collected under the code to include commercial vehicles, recreational vehicles, motorhomes, manufactured homes, farm trucks, boats, watercraft, utilities, all-terrain vehicles, and handicap and safety vehicles.
second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. You want to allow, ask Mr. Brown to be able to address any questions the council may have. Mr. Brown, could you assist the chairman in answering council's questions with respect to the amendments? The director as well. You gonna call him? You can.
One of my band members asked, have we done all the legalities on all these tags? So if they were to cross over, like say into Canada, they would acknowledge and accept tribal tags of any sort on all these vehicles.
Well, and the thing is that going into Canada, we are currently talking to, what's the database? You were talking about setting up the state. And that way that would allow for all the other states. I'm not real sure about going into Canada or Mexico or going international. But it'd be the same as a state, as an Oklahoma tag. So it's going to be in the same database. Does that make sense?
But it sounds like you're not 100% sure
gonna be, yeah, it's the same thing. So if you go over into another country, they're gonna have their own laws. Of course, they'll probably check your car and do all of that, but to my knowledge, I have never heard of the tribal tag being harassed any more than anyone else for any other reason than going into another country. So there shouldn't be any concerns for that. Most of the tribes in the state of Oklahoma already have been issuing commercial, ATV, farm, motorcycle. I mean, it's just part of their basic tax code. So all we're doing with Seminole Nation is really just kind of getting caught up. We're making sure that we're issuing every tag that we can to allow all your tribal members to have the same opportunities as you do if you go to state. If you get a commercial, if you have a business, if you have a ranch and you want a farm tag, it's going to be cheaper and it will be recognized as a farm tag. So these are just things that are only going to help the tribal members.
I just have a question. My band chief wanted to know that if this passes, will this also allow the Freemans to get taxed?
It's not gonna change anything else. So right now, Freeman are not eligible for tax, so until the council makes action to change that, he's covered, it's just gonna change.
Fulbright.
Do you get a lot of requests for these type of tags? Like, what are we talking?
Okay, I can tell you this, we have tribal members waiting for today. They have been calling and requesting boat tags, commercial tags, farm tags, the handicap placards. They knew that they've been asking for them for really years. And now they've heard that we're doing it, and they're waiting for today. We've been telling them after the council meeting we'll have an answer, and then I've already met with the prison that makes the tags. They're gonna put a rush on as soon as we know that it's voted on today. Then I can call them and they're gonna try to get it available as soon as 2 weeks, and that's a big deal to help us out like that, so that the tribal members can immediately start accessing them.
Well, and I look forward to seeing the revenue.
Yes, and as far as the revenue, my projection is about 15%. So when I turned in my revenue projection, it raised it, and that's a big deal. And that's a really soft projection. I'm looking forward to a lot more revenue than I projected.
Hopefully we get it to tribal paper so people will know that that's there now.
Okay. Yes, there's a lot of things. Once we get this passed, because we're also doing them through the mail that's helping a lot of tribal members. So we'll do a big advertisement, let everyone know.
Representative Cootie.
You say the revenue that you generate from the program will just go into your budget?
Yes, ma'am. It's been good.
No, it's a general fund.
But it's been put into the revenue projections so that you know, and you should have,
They may not have the
the
update.
new one, okay. But I did update it. Yes, ma'am. So I'll have that ordered.
Representative Coker.
Yes, I'm asking, when the member asked y'all, is it possible that we can raise across the board 3.5% rate on tags, sales tax stuff, generate more money for the older American program, burial, education, scholarships, stuff like that? We need help there. How much is our sales tax?
Their sales tax amount of collections.
I think sales tax is currently 5%, and I think our projected revenue for 2018 was 66,000. So, if the council wants us to look into that, that's something we definitely look into in the process.
Burial getting short, food, everything like that.
Absolutely. I think it's one of those things that VCR is always trying to find ways to first serve, our tribal members, and then second, raise revenue. And so, just like these commercial tags and farm tags, these are things that both benefit our tribal members and increase
No, I don't need to do it on now.
Is there gonna be a limit on the number of vehicles? Like, you could have 2 tractors, 3 ATVs? No limit. So like for automobiles, it's only 2. So now for farm equipment, it could be any number.
I think you're taking something with veteran tax. Veteran tax. Otherwise, no. Anybody?
Person Charlie.
I don't know about that, two veterans tag, like, on this handicap placards, are they just gonna be the placards that hang, or are you gonna make handicap tags like the state does?
Right now, we're only gonna do the handicap placards. It's more costly and you can move it from vehicle to vehicle. So it's actually more convenient.
With this first amendment, of course, there's going to be an increase in revenues. Now, you have to like that, and you haven't seen that yet. Quarterly. But do you have an estimate of how much increase in revenues that it would be? Off the top of your head.
Yes, and we estimated about a 15%
On tax.
increase on tags.
I mean, we're talking about dollars, $400,000.
It came up to, I don't want to lie to you. It came up from 2,485,000 to 2,596,000. For a total, it's going to bring a total, and then vehicle registration went from 642 to 647.
A huge increase first year, but we expect it to grow.
Right, and that's a real soft projection. Yes, that's all we can do at this point.
Just for clarification, I saw that you have the boats on here. You have to do the boat and the motor separately, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that included in the motor?
Yes, there's a boat, there'll be a sticker for the motor if it's required, and then one for the boat.
Okay, fine then.
Yes. Yes.
Any other questions on the proposed amendment? Mr. Hill.
Last question, okay? In reference to those place cards for disability people, okay? We're talking about the veterans that's already got some, okay? Here, we're reading your policy and all that for the upcoming, if it's approved and all that, you're talking about anyone can go out to any physician out in town and all that, and then they in turn will determine if the person is required a place card, okay, disability. It doesn't matter, they don't go by 50%, 60, 90, 100%, say, referred outside. Now, veterans, they go by how much disability you have, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And I believe they got blue cards, some have red cards, okay? Now, if a person already has one with the veterans, all right, VA, and they want to go with the Seminole plates, travel plates, how are you going to go with that? Do they turn the one in to the VA and get a new one? Do they have to get a doctor from over there and bring it over here?
They can bring that same documentation, and we'll recognize that documentation. It's just like having a doctor's note.
Normally, they don't
But
receive documentation. They have it on a computer. They send it over to the tag place and all that, computer-wise. You just go over there, show your ID card. They, in turn, will mail you the place card, okay? And they take like 5 years, 2 years, whatever.
Well, maybe they need to go to a local doctor and get it, and just like everybody else. Because even if you just break your leg, you can go to the doctor, and the doctor can say they're going to be, you know, with a cast for a certain, and we can do a temporary we can do temporary up to 10 years. So it just depends on.
But there is an expiration date on every
Yes.
one.
Because you have to renew it, so that we can keep up with who has it, make sure that that no one has passed away, that they're not passing the handicap placard around. I mean, it'll be for that person. So whatever vehicle you're in, you can have that handicap placard. That's the difference between the handicap tag. The tag will only be on that one vehicle.
And the last little question is the fact that when the representative asked a question about going into Canada, whatever, you all indicated Mexico, about plates and all that. Is there one state in the United States that don't allow Seminole plates? I'm sure most of the people don't know about it.
Okay. The only state that I have been aware of that I've heard from tribes that has harassed them about a tribal tag in general, several different, is Florida. So I was just teasing and I was like, well, they'll probably see a Seminole tag and say they're okay. Good luck. But that's the only state in the United States that I have heard that has actually questioned tribal tags.
And we've actually had to make phone calls on behalf of tribal members when they've been pulled over in Florida. And I personally take care of two of those. So.
I think maybe the confusion is at one time the Florida state tags had Seminole Indian on it. So it raises a suspicion of different types of tags of that nature. It's ignorant on the part of the state of Florida.
Oh, okay. But that's the only one that I've heard. As soon as, if it gets passed today, we will have them in office within 2 weeks.
Make a comment on that right there, and on that veterans, like, now, not like it doesn't cost anything in here, it's just gonna cost them, 100%. So are you gonna make exceptions for those or not? Those are something that y'all didn't think about.
Right, I didn't consider the veteran, as far as switching it over, because most veterans wanna, so, I mean, if you're a veteran, I would assume that we would, and I don't want to even assume, I'm gonna have to look at that. Because, because usually when you're a veteran, they want to be recognized as a veteran, and I don't see that they would want to switch over just to a regular handicap, and you can, so what would be the advantage, I guess?
No, I'm just saying, you should have given that some thought to you, got veterans tags and everything else.
Right.
Now, point of information, that Florida stuff down there, when I went down there and they pulled me over, because I had an Oklahoma tag instead of a Florida tag, all I pulled up was my CDIB and my travel card. Okay, free to go. Made sure I had my insurance license.
If you're a resident,
One of the things that I've noticed is that those handicap speakers that they have in the car, they are so, like I've seen people that have parking handicap and they walk better than I can.
Oh.
You know, and it's just, I mean, the family, if they have handicap person in their family, they'll use that handicap.
I mean, all we can do is follow the law, and the law states if they go to a doctor, I mean, a doctor is signing a letter saying that this person is handicapped for this certain amount of time for this reason, and that they need a handicap plan.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, you know, the whole family will use it.
And let me, part of the reason that we're going to have the new annual is to try to address that as much as we can. The other important method is law. So, and that's the only way you can do it.
But it's being
Right.
Is it gonna look like the ones that you get from Department?
Yes, we made it very close to the state, so it doesn't stand, it's gonna have the seal on the top where the state has a state seal. We have the Seminole seal, and it looks identical. I mean, it's got the years and the months. It's proportioned the same, it's the same length, everything.
Let's call the question.
Question's been called for. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Brown. Secretary, to call the roll of the motion to adopt Tribal Ordinance 2015-08.
Leanna Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley. John Archman.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kent Denby.
No.
Kevin Hardeman.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixicko. David Narcomen.
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yessa,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Lottie Cooney, Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo, Evan Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Fannie Harjo, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Cherry Hartman,
By a count of 24 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions, this measure to pass. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-70. Mr. Martin.
I have TR 2017-70, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, approving the fiscal year 2017 Seminole Nation Indian Community Development Block Grant Budget, incorporating the said budget into the fiscal year 2017 Seminole Nation Comprehensive Budget, and authorizing appropriation, and I'll make the motion as per se.
Been seconded. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my thing was to know and make sure that there was no match grant or anything that could be allocated to us in the future.
There is a match that is required. It will be allocated. We did not request the matching funds at this time. We're only requesting the approval of the federal portion. And the reason for that is we need to be this particular grant was written for a veteran center that was approximately 5,000 square feet. In the time it took to get this funded by Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Veterans Committee kept working, and they took the master plan that the council had approved and kind of moved things around, and they had identified a design that, according to the people who helped them prepare that design, would be a facility approximately they estimated $2.6 million, which is beyond the scope of this grant. We wanted to be able to at least, one, get the design work done here and get enough information from the architect to be able to give you the opportunity to decide if you wanted to pursue the larger facility and understand what the cost would be, because that would mean we would have to go after additional financing from some source. Now, the target source of that would be the U.S. Department of Agriculture Community Facilities Grant and Loan Program, and depending on the amount of requirements for the facility, we'd have to look at what meaning the council, would be willing to accept. Without that information, we can't pursue. We can't really pin down for specifically what we're going to need from tribal funds, because there's other funds that can be used for matching purposes, particularly the road, which is part of the construction project. So we needed to be able to move forward, and that's why we only sent forward the federal piece of this at this time. Because the matching portion for what we're looking for here, as far as staffing and it would be its in-kind, comes from the community development portion from the general fund. So we're not planning on using the whole thing, because most of this is actually construction, reserved for construction. But we did need to be able to move the design phase of that forward. And that's what we're hoping to get to. Representative Goody? No, we don't. We're trying to complete that piece so we can get a final. We submitted a preliminary. That preliminary was done 3 years ago. So when you submit a preliminary, you get approved, then you've got to go to final. We're in the design phase now. That's what we're trying to get accomplished. Questions called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley, John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kent Handy,
Yes.
Kevin Hardiman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixicott, David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Gessa,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Fannie Harjo, Dwayne Miller, Ralph Coker,
No.
Terry Hardeman,
By a count of 19 yes, 9 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-71. Again, Representative Martin.
I have TR 2017-71, tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, approving the fiscal year 2018 proposed comprehensive budget and providing for appropriations. Make that motion, ask for a second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Report.
I have some questions on the IT and the procurement salaries. I had Alvina send me the fiscal year 2017 and I compared it with the fiscal year 2018 and the numbers just don't match up. And there's a substantial, what appears to be a raise involved. And if I'm calculating this right, these raises are between 25 and 26%, which I was under the impression that if it met over the 10%, that those raises needed to come in front of the council. I mean, let alone going through the finance committee. And when I stepped down in April, that was the last I heard, and we had tabled those. And since April, so something's happened between April and now. And I checked with the chairman of the finance, and he said no raises from those two departments went through to be presented to the council to approve. So I'd like an explanation on that from either finance chair or
I can do that, or, although, Tricia's not here today. Like, budget office person. I can answer that. As you're well aware, the Finance Committee had these items under consideration as a modification to the IT and to the procurement budgets. At the time, those were under consideration. They were submitted for consideration. These changes would have required an increase in the personnel line item. Under our current budget law, we can make changes in a cost category line item if no change is made, well, in case of personnel. If we don't increase the personnel line item, we can make changes within the structure of the items that make up that cost category. So we had two staff members leave, one in IT and one in procurement. So that allowed us to basically withdraw the request for amendment because we were able to accomplish the requested changes, things that have been sent to the Finance Committee without a modification to the personnel line item. So it's what never went, and once we reached that position, then we were able to put that into effect without council approval.
But that's a huge raise, 25 to 26% for those areas. So if these are going on, what other departments am I missing that are getting raises because they've dropped a personnel in that area?
Well, from what I understood, other than having formally submitted it on to the council, everything, they had met all of your requirements. You'd asked them to send everything, whether or not they had done the desk audits and reviews by personnel, that was accomplished. You asked them to send it back to personnel for consideration to the personnel committee, that was accomplished. And the last thing I was aware of, and from the point of view of procurement, there was nothing that indicated that it couldn't go forward. The second was then I understood from the last meeting, you all had and this had to do with IT and whether or not, you know, there were some of the members still had an outside business in IT. Well, that information I understand was presented and provided as well. So there was nothing further just, you know, to indicate. Anytime we usually do these, we'll either do job descriptions or major adjustments that come. So that documentation had reached the stage of approval, at least at your level in terms of moving forward. Had it required a change in the cost category for that budget, it would have come to the council. It did not, so I executed it at my level. Representative Hazelwood and then Representative Shaw.
Okay, on the estimated projected revenue, am I missing SINDOC or she's not?
Well, SINDOC did not provide from its profits any contribution this year.
Okay, repeat that.
From its generated profits, SINDOC did not provide any contribution to the general fund this year.
Did they last year?
No, they did not. Representative Shaw?
Well, I'm not going to play politics, but it is a formality that all raises, regardless, even 3% raises, COLA raises, come through this council, whether it's a part of their budget or not a part of the budget. In other words, if you got mad and run the vice chief off, are you going to take his salary because you're going to be there?
I can't do that on his.
That's pretty much what you said happened.
Not on ours are set by law, tribal law, so we couldn't do
I
it.
know, but I'm okay. Madonna wants more money, so she fires her secretary over there to get more money. That can happen through the whole system now, that you've allowed it once. So therefore, I do not approve of those raises, and I'll stand for the Florida band that we do not stand for those raises. I don't know about the rest of your bands, but I think y'all better take a close look at what happened here today. You were not informed of any raises, even a 3% COLA raise. Y'all know I've gone through here and we've turned them down. So why would you want to give a, would you say 25 or 26% raise to one or possibly two people? You know, make them higher paid than everybody else. And I know I'm here saying, well, we've got to provide enough, but that person doesn't live in our community. That's what we're talking about, a large raise. They live in Houston County. So
I agree, my man did.
Well, I can understand. I'm saying that's wrong.
It is.
I just got a question. A couple months ago, it was $2.5 million short. Like $400,000 short.
In terms
On the budget.
Oh, we've never been to my knowledge, we've never been $2.5 million. I think we were looking at, in the committee level, we were looking at about 1.6. And we've made, one of the adjustments you were able was a $400,000 increase in gaming revenue by going to the 80-20. So that's one piece of it.
Point of order, I'd like some discussion on what I asked. I didn't get any kind of discussion. Are y'all scared to talk? Politics are over.
Representative Coker has the floor.
I had it first.
Representative Coker.
Yeah, I just.
So, we looked at that. I mean, that was one of the changes. One of the other changes you'll see in revenue is we're requesting that 100% of the subsidy for the records management, which is an indirect cost activity, be drawn from the cell tower revenue. So you'll see the cell tower revenue at about $323,000, I believe. And part of the reason for that is the expanded focus activity that Mr. Osher was talking about a little earlier. We've always had the idea that we would create a tribal archives starting with the basis of records management. And records management is actually starting to do a lot of that activity, meaning they're receiving now private contributions of documents from either other tribal members or people who've worked with or for the tribe over the years. So they're starting to accumulate that data. So in trying to get to where we had a fundable level, we're asking the council to approve to cover that portion of the subsidy from that fund. So
You putting that money on last year's budget?
no, it's on this year's budget. Well,
How you got last
a portion of we funded this year's budget 17 for HPO at 83,000. In the budgets you have in front of you, I think that their office budget goes to 150, and then we're asking that the amount that would be required to subsidize records management also come from that same funding source, the cell tower revenue. So it's a total of about, I have to look at it exactly, in that area. We're asking then for funding to, from the cell tower portion, we're asking that we would obligate 329, I believe it is. Down there. 329, 231, and that's so two of the pieces of revenue that reduced us from 1.6. One is the increase to 80/20 from gaming. One is utilizing this new revenue source to cover a related activity, budget activity. So that brings the combination to about 600. And we just kind of, some of it we cut, we trimmed some more. We took out capital. We took out any capital expenditures. We asked them to reduce where they could. So we wound up basically where we're at in that fashion. Representative Harden.
What my man wanted to see with this was they recommended they want us to pass the federal budgets with their match and then table the rest at this time. So I'm asking for a minute of that, please. Table. David, they're going to pass all federal budgets and then table the rest of the general fund budget. So pass general fund with match, table the rest. Do you accept that?
If I can, for the general public's information, the rationale for.
I just think they felt there were too many unanswered questions like what's coming up. So they felt like they knew the federal programs had to continue. They didn't want any disruption in that regard. So this, they felt was a fair.
I think that perhaps we need to at least pass the federal fund budget.
Of course, with match. We want that to be clear. Do you accept that?
Like this is the other opinions from every country.
Our match is the same way. We pass the bill. But the other, also, job certification, the comprehensive budget, the job supposed to have.
Revenue certification, yes, they have them in March, they have a copy of the order.
That was in March.
Right.
So everything has changed, it's the same, no dollars.
It has changed.
Like that.
It has changed.
It has changed, so we should have new certification. If we don't have that, then our business don't.
Mr. Jeff, if you want to comment on this, or you want to comment on the request for amendment? Because I think he's still considering whether or not to accept the amendment.
I mean, just as to agree with it, yeah, because the reason why, I mean, I had a statement on the raises, but hear that, no? Just on the same note as the table, is that, I mean, on the amendment, is that what it is?
We're considering the friendly amendment for Mrs. Starkey to pass the federal budgets.
Has the federal budget to be matched? I mean, are they agreed?
So what are we doing with the other part of
second, your second would have to approve the amendment. I think that's what we have. Yes. So you're accepting a friendly amendment. The friendly amendment, as I understand it, would basically, we can do what we could do is what we could then delete any reference to general fund and indirect cost. And one thing I would ask the amendments to consider is including in the federal SNGA, because their budget was pretty solid. BCR's budget. So, but at minimum, I'd like to at least to consider SNGA and BCR, because those are fairly straightforward.
Chief, I do understand that this time I was directed to home with the.
Okay.
We include social services.
Social services are federal. That's one of the federal. So based on the amendment, and it was accepted by the sponsor of the bill, we are now only considering federal programs and their related match. So what would be appropriated is the portion of the general fund that would support the match and all of the federal revenues that we expect. We would reduce the budget, this resolution, to approving only those two sections.
And perhaps general fund coming back to council at the next quarterly meeting.
Well, we'll have to come back. I mean, we don't have any options.
Unless there's a meeting between now and then.
There's probably not going to be because of cost issues.
Well, see, that's the question that this council needs to ask itself under the Constitution as far as being a part of the budget preparation and the constitutional provisions is, in what environment do you think these questions are going to be answered? Outside? Out in another meeting somewhere else? Out in the community? Do your due diligence right here where you're at right now. Right now. You got questions? Deal with them right now. Do your council responsibility and work through this budget. If you got questions, try to get them answered right now.
But it's hard to get an answer when you hear the answer. I understood. Understood does not mean that yay or nay. Now you tell me the answer.
Tell me the environment and tell me the time when you're going to be able to address these budgets.
We need to get back on the...
And a council meeting. That's where it takes place, right?
Well, we get our hands up, we don't get our answer.
Representative Miller, then Representative Shaw.
I know there is there a motion on the floor, President?
Yes, we have a motion to approve the comprehensive budget as presented. That motion was, a friendly amendment was proposed to reduce the consideration at this time to just the federal budgets and related match. That friendly amendment was accepted. So the only discussion issue we have
before all that happened, though, Wayne Shaw brought up a point about raises for the IT and procurement, that they weren't done in the correct way. So he didn't get his answer, and you went on to someone else, and this got clouded up. But my motion was going to be that we rescind those raises until it comes back to us in the proper format.
You could make that motion.
I'll make that later.
At a later. We don't. Those budgets aren't under consideration at this time.
Yeah,
You've removed them from consideration. The 18 budgets related have been removed from consideration. So if we can complete this motion and as it is, then we can work from there. Representative Shaw.
Right now, the water somebody has to say above. I don't understand a lot of what's going on. I walked outside because I wasn't feeling too good, but I come back in and I'm hearing, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. How about your indirect cost?
That is tabled as well, yes.
Okay, if it's going to be tabled, I don't have a problem with that. Now, with what Mr. Miller talked about a while ago, I told Ed Tanyan one time he didn't have no legs. I told him he could dance around questions better than any person I ever seen could dance. And that's what we're getting to here. Our council won't even stand up and talk about some as important as those raises. Lewis is sitting here, it needs to be done here. Well, how's it gonna be done here? The rest of them are just
Well, if
sitting
he
there
wouldn't
mute.
stay in here, he wouldn't let us talk once the table come up. I had my hand up for raises to discuss on that, but we can't speak on it once the table come up with the amendment.
And the amendment has been.
Yeah, we can talk on it and decide what we wanna do, take it back to our bands and bring it back in here. The thing is though, how long are these raises are gonna continue from this day forward, or even if we table it? Yes, they're still gonna get their 27, 28, 30, $35 an hour. Until we come back a month from now, 2 months from now, or they decide they had enough to quit. But I can't see given
dangerous precedent.
We sure are, and I don't wanna walk in, I'm getting out, but the thing is, that water's gonna be deep for some of you that's gonna be here. It's gonna be awful deep, and I hope y'all can swim. I hope you think about the people and not about politics. Who my buddy is. Y'all need to start thinking about the people. So, and we're in a, Ralph said, well, we're in a deficit. We're in a deficit, but we can give raises. Why not take that $20 or $30 an hour and put it back into a budget that's gonna help our people and not help one person's pocket, or 2 people's pocket, or 3 people's pocket. We need to be thinking that way right here, but we're not. Even our administration just said, I didn't think it had to come back because it didn't exceed 10% of what? Indirect budget? That's this big, 10%, yeah, I agree. Maybe $10 an hour, it isn't 10%, but you add it up, that's a lot of money. How many of y'all would live on $10 an hour?
Just clarify your statement, Mr. Shaw. There was no 10% modification at all. There was no modification required.
I know there was no modification.
So what's the 10% issue? Question is called for.
Read it back to me, please, so I can try to understand.
We are voting on to approve the federal and related match portions of the comprehensive budget. The rest of the items have been removed for future consideration. Indirect cost general fund, those items have been removed, as has BCR and SNGA. Only the federal programs and the federal match requirements are to be appropriated and approved for expenditure. Any other questions? Any further questions on that? Does everyone understand what we're voting on? We're voting only on the federal programs and related match to approve their budget. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Simpson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley. John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Ken Dendy.
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixapo.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Annette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
Yes.
Sina Yeston.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lottie Tootie.
Yes.
Abraham Karani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Evan Spain.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Fanning Harjo. Dwayne Miller.
Yes.
Ralph Coker.
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman.
By count of 26 yes, 2 no, and 0 abstentions, declare that measure to have passed. Next item of business. Yes, sir. Yes.
This budget's going to be discussed. There's only one more meeting before the council changes over. The council has a handful of things that's within its control and power of the president. Allocating money is one of them. It's kind of kicked down the road, any further with the council that's going to come into it and not know what's going on.
In terms of, in terms of what we've got, in terms of what we have scheduled with the finance committee, the next finance committee, I believe, is week after next. So, you know, we'll go back and look at what we have, where we're at, and see what else we need to do, then bring that back in September quarterly. The timing, that's really about all we have. Well, if we don't pass again, then we're back to where we were last year, but the new council will have to address it. Representative Shaw?
Yeah, get this straight then. We did pass all these other things. Does that mean those people still got them raises?
As they are right now, yes.
That's what I'm saying. I think I'm gonna go on and take your, you made a motion. That's in the future.
That's it.
Just for clarification, the people, the positions we're speaking about, are they IDC funded 100%? Are they 100% IDC?
Yes. Well, one group is IDC and the other is procurement.
So I think that's where some education needs to happen at, because IDC money is not going to go into a social service pot too. So I want to make sure people understand that, because I think they're thinking this increase could have went into LIHEAP or something of that nature, and that's not the case.
No, it would be good.
No, it can't. It's IDC. No, it can't.
Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-72. Dr.
I have TR 2017-72, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the fiscal year 2018 Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise budget, and incorporating said budget in the FY 2018 comprehensive budget, and authorizing an appropriation and recognition as per second.
Second.
Made seconded. Mr. Archer is here to answer any questions you have on his budget. Bill, you want to go ahead and come up? I think you had a couple things you wanted to share with the council as part of the discussion. Do you have any questions for Mr. Archer on the, you want to go ahead and go over this chart you handed out?
Yeah, I got a couple of handouts this morning. One of them is kind of we wanted an update on our gaming vendor tables, and it's kind of giving where we're at with that. The other one is just a year-over-year look at our revenues from 2015, 2016, and this current year. There's a month-over-month revenue on the other side that just shows year-over-year. But as of the last 3 months of this fiscal year are projected. So I just want to give everybody an idea of kind of where we are with our revenue direction we're headed.
Discuss any issues of your operating plan.
Anybody have any questions or anything?
Maybe.
Fine. We're projecting we should have it paid off by the third quarter of next fiscal year. Just kind of ballpark of where we are going to be with our next payment for the last quarter of this fiscal year. That's about a $485,000 balance.
Yeah, we have 20% of the.
Yes.
On this right here, you're saying in 90 days.
Oh, no, these are our tables, like we built. This needs to be updated properly. We're trying to get, these are all the back payments we're trying to get caught up, vendors, just our invoices. And so this is showing the total amount due, what's due for this current period, what's 31 to 60 days out behind, and what's 90 days.
Okay. Now, what does this campaign do to you?
Okay.
That law that passed earlier today, what does that do to you?
Take it away from us.
Away from the thing?
Well, no, these aware of the effect that we got like one payment, things like that, like a couple years ago.
I know y'all think everybody can hear you from through the mic.
Can they?
Yeah. They couldn't hear you. Oh, your explanation. Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Explain to them, they need to hear it too.
Oh, the 10%, he was asking if the past due invoices that we have, if that was affected, the 10% change that happened earlier today. And what I was saying is that those are going to hit above our, I hate the acronym thing, but it'll hit on our income statement before any of the travel distribution is calculated. So the only effect that the 10% would have had is if we had a lot of debt, loan payments, things like that, and then the other area would be capital expenditures. But right now, we're not at a point to do any big projects. We need to get there in the next 12 months, but that's where we have the biggest thing. And even with those sorts of projects, it would have to be something that was financed.
Any other questions for Mr. Archer on this?
Yeah, so he's at finance. Is you in good shape to borrow money and stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I know when I took over a couple of years ago as CFO, we had all that debt behind everybody, but we're out of that now. The only debt we have right now is the judgment fund. So that's all we have. The judgment fund loan, I have to ballpark it, maybe 600, 700,000, somewhere in there. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get any further than that.
Questions called for? Thank you, Mr. Archer. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Collins, John Narcoles,
No.
Rita Tiger,
No.
Ken Denny,
Yes.
Kevin Hardiman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixicott, David Narcoles,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishnaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood, Jennifer Horn,
No.
Cindy Geslett,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Abraham Ferroni,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Evan Spading,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Fannie Harjo,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hartman,
Yes.
On a count of 14 yes, 13 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-73. Representative Fulbright.
I'd like to introduce Tribal Resolution TR 2017-73, a resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma General Council authorizing the Executive Office by and through the Program Development Department to prepare and submit grant applications to various federal governmental agencies for both FY 2018 and FY 2019. That's for a second.
Second.
Make a second discussion, Representative McCoy.
My band wanted to know, because not all the federal grants are submitted, they don't all have the same date, is that correct? I mean,
No, they do not.
Okay, so they wanted to know if we could get a list of, broken down, I think since we're doing 2 years we're requesting, can we get a list of which ones we're applying for, and has a date?
We,
I know you can't give it to me right now,
I
but
don't know that we'd ever be able to give you that, because there's, you know, a whole range of options. Most of this covers what, you know, what may come up and what we may decide to apply.
aren't all the grants tracked by, I guess, the grant person? And doesn't she have a spreadsheet that she sends you every month?
But this doesn't, this is really geared mainly toward new grants and activities of that nature. Most of the others are covered in some other fashion.
Okay, well, I'm just asking the question I was asked.
Right. Well, we can, but I'm not sure that, not everything is covered by this. This is mainly for new applications.
Go ahead,
Oh, I had a question came up in our band in regard to a grant effort that was made by the life force office for, but they were stopped and they said they were told that they couldn't submit the request in the application. So, is there?
Can you give me a little more specific information on that? I'm not aware of anything. I'm not aware.
Well, then I'd have to give you names, and I don't want to give you
Can you
names.
give me that information, you know, just give me a call and let me know, or send me an email, either one.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. I mean, it could be as simple as the grant grant you were wanting to, it could be as simple as the grant they were applying for. But if you just give me a call and let me know, I can get the information. Well, the question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leanna Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley. John Narpley.
Yes.
Rena Tyler.
Yes.
Kent Dendy.
Yes.
Kevin Hartman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco.
Yes.
David Narpley.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
No.
Sina Gessler.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Lonnie Cooney.
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmons Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Fanning Harjo.
Yes.
Dwayne Miller. Ralph Coker. Terry Hartman.
No.
By a count of 22 yes, 6 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2000-01774.
Tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Faye Watts to the Seminole Nation Older American Program Advisory Board. I make the motion, ask for a second.
Second.
Question.
Question is called for. Secretary, call the roll, please.
Leanna Sampson. Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcomen.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kent Dendy.
Yes.
Kevin Hartman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco. David Narcomen.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
Yes.
Sina Gessler.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lottie Cooney. Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo. Emmons Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Fanny Hargo,
Yes, I think I voted twice.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hartman,
Yes.
By count of 24 yes, 3 no, and 0 abstentions, for this measure to pass. Mr. Hartman?
So now we're on the other business?
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Yes.
So it's been brought to my attention, and we've got some concerns that employee benefits aren't being paid, or Delta benefits aren't being paid.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The Delta, I'm sorry. It brought to my attention that our employee, our benefits aren't being paid. Chief, do you know anything about that? Our premiums aren't being paid. Also, the Slavic 401k loans, when employees take out loans, those loans are not being paid back to the company, and when they leave the tribe, then they're just being deemed to them. So can you bring some clarification on that for us?
I can't answer anything with respect to Slavic. I'm not aware of that. I know we've been behind on some of our insurance payments. The HR department did bring that to my attention. I directed him to the treasurer's office, to see what, but I have to know what's come back to me on it. So I don't know what it is.
Our treasurer, come forward and tell us a little bit what she knows. As y'all are aware, we have been running behind, we haven't had a current indirect cost rate. We just now recently got that one, like 2 weeks ago, I think. So accounting is working on doing the bill outs. We are trying to collect indirect, because I was having to hold deposits in order to cover other things. Now that we're getting money in, I'm releasing them as we get them, as quick as we can get them. I know I've been working with Russell. Russell's been talking with the companies, some of them work with this, some of them we've been having overnight payments too, but we're working on it. Okay, thank you for that. And how far are we behind exactly? The only one that I'm aware of is the healthcare, and all the other ones have already went out. The healthcare and dental are tied together, they will lose the price across the board. Okay, wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit about the 401k loans and how that's working? That, I'm not aware of anything. I do know that, we deduct the payments as we deduct from payroll. If an employee leaves, it was my understanding that if they still show a balance, that would be recorded on like a 299. And that's true. I think the question was their payments weren't turned into Slavic. But if you're telling me that's not happening, then that's what we're going to go with. Well, I know the payments are a little slow, and they're kind of slow it's turned around like 60 days? Yeah, something like that, yeah. But, I'm not aware of anything else. And I guess while we have you up here, we can talk about the AG real quick, the payment with the AG, so we can knock that out. I did release a payment, I think it's $36,000. I only had like $110,000 that I was holding. So right now, I only have in my possession about maybe $72,000. If there's anything more, it hasn't been submitted yet. So I'm releasing those as soon as I can. Cash flow's a little tight right now, so I'm doing the best I can. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Fulbright?
And I guess this would be for the AG, is that working for you guys? How much we're sending over? I don't want you to not show up at our next quarterly meeting.
There you go. Okay.
I sent you all an analysis showing our past due fees that go back to the February invoices. Currently, it's about $200,000. And we'll get to have another set of invoices going out next week, into next week. So we are behind. As I indicated, happy to work with the nation, but we are a business, and I'm getting a lot of pressure from my partners, my academic staff. Because we're basically financing Seminole government to $100,000. So it would be wonderful if you all could catch us up. Thank you.
Representative Harden.
Yes, I'm just wondering what contract we have with our preaching. And that's not working for us at all financially. I mean, everything before your work. But I think one of the major reasons we hired this firm was that we thought they were going to be able to go up the royalties for us. I remember that was something specifically we said, and we have to go outside of that for those topics. So maybe we need to do something different after we pay our bill.
Yes, my understanding that his contract ended in like February.
So we are done. Okay, so we're waiting.
We're just going month to month.
Yeah.
He could stop representing us tomorrow.
I mean, I'm not prepared to say that, but I'd like to know what loose ends we have that need to be tied up before we make that decision. We have to take, some of us are leaving, and we don't want to make that bad as a meeting. So that's, I think that's our concern today, is we're going to clean that up for the next general council that's coming in, and for you, Sherry, so you're not worried about it later on. So, bullets fly. What money do we have available that we can take payment from? Well, at some point, you know, Mr. Shaw, we have to take responsibility for ourselves too.
Well, right now, the only available funds is the balance of the local fund.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
We still have $2 million in fitness trust that's going to have to be gone into. And then I think the balance is like $110,000.
One of the things that I would recommend the council allow, even though it's going to require a transition eventually to new council, you just passed the 80-20. So we need to sit down and work with Mamie to see, what they can realistically do against the 80-20. Because that was one of the major things that we felt we needed in order to be able to close some of this budget gap that we're running into. So now, as things stand, the 80-20 would begin effective today. It doesn't go backward, it begins effective today. So that will produce additional revenue for the months of August and September at an 80-20. And perhaps, maybe even include July in the distribution. Certainly it'll be possibly two months for sure, maybe three, depending on how the passage date is interpreted in order for the distribution. Because the July distribution could be an 80-20 because it's made in August. The August distribution is made in September, and the September distribution is made in October. So those three are probably at 80-20. And that's going to produce some additional revenue, which would help with some of the issues here. Now, without knowing how much that's likely to be, I wouldn't recommend that we look and say, hey, let's start pulling money from the source so we know exactly what we're going to need in that area. And I can't say we won't, because we're playing catch up in a number of areas here.
So hypothetically, if we adjourn this meeting and came back sometime next week, we could have some.
We may not have it next week either. Because some of the issues are related to indirect costs, and for those funding agencies that do not allow us to collect provisionally on last year's rate, we have to submit our new rate to get it approved by the agency where we can draw money from them for that purpose. That process is underway. I can't tell you, because I don't know myself, how long that's going to take. That's dependent on our submission to the agency and how fast they return it to us. So I don't know that we can do it in a week. I said realistically, it's probably going to take us until the next quarterly meeting to be able to really pin down some of these requirement. Unfortunately, that's an unfortunate circumstance at the time of the year.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Representative Miller, did you have a question on this issue?
Not on this issue.
Okay. Anything? All right. Representative Braun, you want
You'll notice there were two papers handed out for the meetings. One is this is a bill titled. This is our proposed bills that will be. It's going to be two bills. This is just one paper. One at the recommendation of Ms. McCoy, the adjustment of the burial amounts from $3,000 per person to $2,000 per person. That'll be a $100,000 budget adjustment. The second bit is the higher education. So if a person is eligible for the BIA higher ed, they will receive that money first before they receive judgment fund money. So we'll use another funding source first before using our monies. And that'll also help us save about $200,000 in that bit. Now we'll have to raise how much we're giving per person to meet BIA's requirements, so they'll match with each other. But the overall funding that we'll have to contribute, because we're using a different funding source for higher education, will decrease our amount by $200,000. And these are two proposals that will close the $276,000 projected shortfall that we have right now. Also included on the handouts was this, and there are several copies for audience members out there. There are options 1, 2, and 3, and these are the 3 options that we have to pass this new budget. I gave a presentation, I believe it was a month ago, showing we're going to get a little over $1 million. Option 1 is if we just say, we're going to fund what we can. You'll see the reductions there in the grayish column. So the negative numbers there, negative $71,000. That means we're going to provide $71,000 less based on this. So we're going to just evenly split it. For elders, we'll have $51,000 less. For higher education, we're going to have $56,000 less. And for clothing, we're going to have $91,000 less. Now, $91,000 divided by 100, that's 900 children that won't get funding. We don't want this option. Currently, if we don't have another funding source, that is our only option. That's what the council will handcuff us to. The other 2 options are, you'll see option 2, that is the splitting of this one bill into 2 bills, lowering of the burial assistance and adjustment to the higher education scholarship. And that will actually give us a budget surplus of $300. So we'll be okay. If one of those doesn't pass us, we won't be okay. Option 3, that is to move, and this is the option we like the most, we being the board. Option 3 is to move one of those funding lines completely off of the budget and onto a different funding source. And this goes back to, we're trying to look at 12.5, the remaining, I believe, she said 2.1. And that's really the only funding source we have. We would take the burial off, the $230,000 off, for at least 2 years is what we would need. And these are just Band-Aids. These are not long-term fixing things. These are just, we're getting by for 2 years. But this is something that has to be figured out within the next few months.
Representative Roddy, can you remind the council why we're dealing with less money than in previous years?
Also, I forgot to mention, so we project our budget for any 1 year based on the BIA says you're going to earn X amount for the year. So when we projected for FY17, our current budget that we're in, we had a figure of a little over $1 million. What happened in November of 2016? Remember the time, November of 2016. So Trump got elected. We had a massive bond recall at that time. the markets got scared, and they just shorted everything. Short callings means they don't have confidence in their own beings, so that dropped our interest. It dropped it substantially. We had an all-time, the bond market had all-time losses. So we ended up, based on what we're figuring out, we're going to be $130,000 to $150,000 short just for FY17. We're looking at ways to cover that, but we will probably need funding sources from other areas.
Representative Ronnie, can you tell the council where all of our funds for judgment fund are placed in?
Trust.
What are the best?
The best invested in the bond market. Yeah.
They took a massive drop
all
this
this
year.
time. Yeah.
We're not doing what, 7 and 8,
But
10%
with that being said, we're short in FY17, and we are definitely short in FY18.
Short 20, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3,
Representative McCoy?
What about the cell tower money, that TCNS money? Can some of that be a funding source? And I assume Assistant Chief might want to elaborate maybe on that, since the TCNS money, the cell tower money, can some of that be used as a funding source for that?
Well, I'm really surprised about somebody that just table this to think that fixes everything. But there's that one suggestion, I think, that Trust Fund Management Board is going to really have to bring something to this council in the area of that option of how we actually begin to start moving toward potential private trust. It's not an easy thing to approach. I realize it because it's our trust funds, but that's one of the ultimate answers to bringing the overall interest yields up over a period of time to try to address those shortfalls. With the increase of private membership and the low interest rates, it's just not balancing out. This isn't something that is a great news, you know. Back, even when we was on the council back in the 90s, this came out during that period of time, and there were some suggestions that we need to start doing some areas where we should start to address these issues that could actually grow to where we're at today. I think the last time that Mr. Brownie probably approached it at length was around 2013, I believe, the spring of 2013. So no more, and I know I got kind of slammed for saying that, and it's old terms. It's old terminology. When you use a term like roll up your sleeves and work hard to try to accomplish something, that's basically what that means, is that we're going to sit down and try to get some true resolve to this and not continue to do the Band-Aid fixes. Right now we have funds and that $12.5 million that can help in this area. You've always heard sacred cows in certain areas, and I'm sure that this is one of those things for an array of people and what they do. But we are governed as leaders and elected officials to find resolve. You know, it's the simplest thing to provide funds as a giveaway. But now we're actually faced with something that we must find resolve to, or it's going to continue to deteriorate. Now, what is the tribal council going to do in this case? What are they going to do to this case? Table it? Think it's going to go away? Well, it's not. So the old adagio that we say, you know, roll up our sleeves and work on it, why don't we do that? Why don't we find the resolve? And trust fund management, we're going to have to come up, and I know you guys have some ideas of how we're going to do that long term, even if it's a change in the way that we're doing things at this particular time as far as our investments are concerned. As far as the TCNS funds, they are averaging, I believe, what, $55,000 a month that's coming in. As you can see in the proposed budget, what, $329,000, a little bit over that is proposed for 2018 out of that. The projections, at least, if they continue continue. And I want you to know that those funds, even though that, that's a significant area that we began to participate in, we just had consultations with the FCC just last week, and with the federal administration, the way it is right now, there's suggestions that there's changes to that by the consulting companies. And we know that with the federal administration that's in Washington right now, there are going to be continual changes. So we don't really know how long that will be. We hope that it continues on, be it that the Seminole Nation just began to participate in it, that it continues on for many years to come. There's not no necessary guarantee with that because of the way that Washington does things in this time, the last six months. So I don't think PCNS is a sufficient answer for this particular area. I think we're going to have to go back. In my opinion, I think we ought to buy judgment fund in our programs. I do not accept as your assistant chief knocking down burial. I do not accept as your assistant chief knocking down out of clothing. I say, take what you have right now, your ability to make your choices, and use wisdom in it, and make the choice, and do it. That's what I suggest. Take it back to your band.
Representative Miller, and then Representative Hill.
Next question, okay?
Representative Miller, then Representative Hill.
He said I can go first.
No, I said Representative Miller, and then Representative Hill.
He's taller than you are, sit down.
He's gonna be leaving. He's gonna be leaving. I'm gonna be around, so go ahead.
I'll be around too. I ain't going nowhere. I'm sitting up.
We're gonna get you back.
Okay, this idea has been kicked around for a while. We bought that land over by the college across the street there, and we still haven't had any development or any plans that I'm aware of. And I've talked to some of the tribal leaders. And as a matter of fact, I asked for a resolution for this council meeting, and the chief informed me that we could probably do one verbally. So we need to do a feasibility study to see if we could put a cafe, a restaurant, what have you, and a gift shop with our tribal members making items, and possibly a gas station. And a feasibility study would give us the answers that we're looking for to see if it would turn us a dollar. Right now, we're scraping for money. We need to start at the bottom and start working towards developing business. And we're not doing that. We come here every council meeting scraping for money, but yet we don't have any kind of business to go on except the casinos, and that's just like a Ferris wheel. It goes round and round. We don't get none of it. So what I'm asking, Miko, can we go ahead and what I was discussing, and I think that you mentioned it might be like around $12,000 to $15,000 for a feasibility study.
I did talk to the company that had done some work for us before, and they actually told me it'd be more like 30. I didn't know, yeah, but they have not sent me an actual quote. I sent them the information on the land, talked to them. I actually talked to them in person last week at the Indian Gaming Association meeting, and they should get us something this week, an actual formal amount of what they think it would take, but it's a little higher than what I
I'll
was
just hold off until we get that. Maybe it's the next council meeting.
It's a little bit higher than I expected.
The other thing too is I want to make a motion to rescind those raises to IT and procurement until they come back to us in the proper method. And I ask for a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. I can't hear you.
How was the way that the raises were done in the proper budgetary process? There was no increase in the line item. How was it?
Well, all I can say here is any action I take is subject to the approval of the council. And if the council wishes to reverse that, that's their choice. As I stated earlier, from practice, what we've done in the last several years is as long as the total line item wasn't affected, in this case salary and personnel, we haven't had to bring that information back. It's not a modification of the budget. So we've, several things have happened along those lines, different areas over the years. So, especially since we passed up the finance code. So, from my perspective, nothing would require coming back. However, it is, again, the Constitution says anything that I do is subject to approval of the General Counsel. So, and they can, and I think it also says that at any time they can come back and reverse that action. President Shaw?
I think we're 2 or 3%. That's what we said, but 25, 26%. I think something needs to be said. It's the bottom line. So, the committee has to go vote. I'll be back. I'll be sitting on this end.
Yes, because I have a concern on the record as well, because your statement you made earlier was that you felt that they brought back everything they needed to the finance committee and had everything there for approval, so you went ahead and approved it, but you don't know how finance committee was going to vote, whether or not they were going to pass it or not. So it should have came to the council. I don't agree. Yes, 25 or 26%, it should have never been given. Also, if this does not pass and they haven't received that, are we going to deduct from their payroll to pay back what they've been getting?
No, it'll take effect as of today.
So they have not been receiving this. So as
They'll go back to their own rates of pay effective today.
Okay, so what they received, so they have not been receiving this
No,
pay as
they'll
of
keep
May.
what they received unless.
So they will keep what they've been getting
So-
without council approval.
Because the council is taking action to rescind it. This rescission will go into effect effective with the next.
Are the rates that I think are getting, are they standard across the board, or is it track that? Have they had raises in the past?
They've had some in the past. At the request of the 2 directors involved, wage salary comparisons were done with the market. They prepared them themselves. They submitted them to with job increases in job responsibilities, job requirements. They submitted that information to HR, and that information was reviewed by the Human Resources Department and sent back to the Finance Committee. And I wasn't involved in this discussion, so I can't tell you, but it went back to the Finance Committee, and then the Finance Committee asked it to go to the Personnel Board for review, which it did, and it came back to them again. And that's where I understood the process was. But again, from my perspective, the issue was this: once we were able to accomplish those adjustments with changes in personnel and workloads, restructuring, I felt it was a reasonable approach to go ahead and move forward.
If they're not employees and they're picking up more workload, what is the issue here that they're picking up the work that another higher person would be taking on?
Question.
In the case of IT, that is true. They eliminated the one position, realigned the duties, and that's again additional justification for being able to fund the raises. And I think I had a call for did you call for the question, sir? Representative Hill has called for the question. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, on the motion to rescind those raises?
Leah Simpson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narcovic.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kent David.
No.
Kevin Hartman. Ida Gonzalez. Nancy Fixaco. David Narcovic. Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Gregory.
No.
Patricia Kishkaton.
No.
Karen Fulbright. Nanette Hazelwood. Jennifer Horn. Yes. Cindy Yesler.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lonnie Pooty.
Yes.
Abraham Karani.
No.
Susie Harjo. Evan Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Fanning Harjo.
Yes.
Dwayne Miller.
Yes.
Ralph Coker.
No.
Sherry Hartman.
We have a vote of 14 yes, 14 no, 0 abstentions. We do have a tie. Chair casts a vote of no. Measure will now be, measure is defeated. Mr. Fulbright.
Call for adjournment, make a second.
Motion to adjourn, seconded.
Object.
We have an objection to adjournment. We will vote on the motion to adjourn. We're voting on the motion to adjourn. Second.
Can I just make one announcement before the adjournment? Clothing, we only have enough for 2,600 kids. That's it. I just wanted to make that announcement. We funded 3,600 last year. We only have enough money for 26. And that's application.
I'm going to have to cut you off. You'll have to put that in the.
Take care of business, council.
We have a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. This is all debate and issues. Secretary, would you call the roll? Motion. All vote on the motion to adjourn.
Yes, as adult children.
Yes, you objected, and now we have to vote on the motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Leanna Simpson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcomin.
No.
Rita Tiger. No. Ted Denby.
Yes.
Kevin Hartman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez. No. Nancy Fixaco.
No.
David Narcomin.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Charlie Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
No.
Cindy Yesler.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore. Lonnie Pooty. Abraham Karani.
No.
Susie Harjo. Evan Smith. Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Fanning Harjo. Dwayne Miller.
No.
Ralph Coker. Sherry Hartman.
A count of 10 yes, 18 no, and 0 abstention. The motion to adjourn fails. Commissioner Shaw.
I have two things to approach you with. Very important to the entire nation. Well, one of them is anyway, the other is important to me. One that's important to me, I'm gonna bring it out first. I went to the election board and I took 2 checks. One to run for council, one to run for assistant chief. I walked in and I handed it to him and said, okay, thank you. You know this is not reimbursable, and now you can only run for one position. I didn't get reimbursed. Either one of them. Because the law says one thing, says I can't run, yet they can take my money. I think that the nation owes, our election board owes me money back. That's number one. That's on this council to tell that election board they gotta give it back to me. But the second one is, we're doing a runoff when? When is it? All right? How can we have a runoff when we have a contested election? Not contested vote, contested election. The entire election was contested. I realize that the election board said, or we're gonna uphold the law. What law? They've already messed it up. Now they're gonna turn around and say that, they're gonna hold a, runoff. You can't hold a runoff when, if it was a number of votes that I didn't get, that Lewis got, and they contested that at the ballot box for recount, that's different. When an entire election has been challenged, why are we, excuse me for a better word, this council being so ignorant to allow us to spend another, what is it called, $60,000 for a runoff? Then turn around and if he should take that to the Supreme Court, after the appeals board says no after the runoff, then we're gonna put out another $60,000 plus whatever we gotta pay in court in order to pass another election. And then come back, we may have another runoff at that time. So the thing we're looking at, we're sitting here, I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. I don't know whether I'm stupid or not, but I think that if we're gonna have an election, we don't need to pay for a runoff and another election should the appeal get held up in the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court upholds the appeal, then we're going to have another election anyway.
Brother, you have to have a referendum before you can say you can call off the runoff, because that's what the Constitution provides.
Well, then we have to do that.
No, you can't. Constitution is superior to anything. That suggestion cannot actually be done.
I'm the sore loser then.
No, Wayne, what I'm saying is the Constitution is what it is.
But our law is what it is.
Your law does not circumvent tribal constitution.
Well, that's what I've been saying all along. It's been our Constitution's trampled on, kicked aside, and everything else. Oh, that you're the one sitting right here. Well, in our band bylaws, it says this. That supersedes the Constitution. You don't care. It's our band. It's our band bylaw. Those things like that, you know. So if we can abide by what we want to do, then we need to do what we need to do. And I think that this council...
Ask the Attorney General that question. I don't see how you can keep from having a runoff. From the Constitution standpoint.
It doesn't have it in the Constitution whether we can or can't. Nowhere does it say we can or can't have a runoff. Am I correct? Does it say in the Constitution we can or can't have a runoff?
I'm not sure if I understand your question in terms of the Constitution.
Lewis said we must have a runoff. I said we don't have to have a runoff because of the way it's contested. It's not contested on ballots cast. It's contested on irregularities in our Title 10 and the way the election was run overall. Those are what's being contested. Now, should election board already has, I haven't got a copy of it, I think it passes one around. Is that what y'all got, copies of it? What the election board deemed as, they upheld the election. And then now it goes to the appeals board, which is after the fact. He's not contesting votes, he's contesting an entire election.
Representative Shaw, from what I read, Mr. Northcott is contesting his election. He made a protest, and the relief that he's seeking is somewhat vague, but he's the one that contested his particular election. I'm not aware that anyone else filed a timely appeal.
I didn't file, but the thing is, what happens if we contested the election, period? Is that a vote? I don't hear it, Lewis.
Well,
I have the floor, Lewis.
It's Constitution.
I have the floor, Lewis. Sit down. I don't want to hear Constitution no more. I'm talking, you asked me that, ask him, and I asked him. He's standing right there.
He's not giving you the constitutional answer.
But that's, I don't care if I get on the ballot or not. I just want my $50 or $250 back, whichever. But would you be glad too Now, if you can't call a point of order to these people, then I guess I'll have to. But the thing is, I am very perturbed in that the election board can uphold their own irregularities. Now it's going to an appeals board, which will be after a runoff, and if the appeals board upholds it, and he takes it to the Supreme Court over here, and they uphold his version of it, then we're gonna have another complete election. After a runoff. After a runoff. So I'm thorough. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. I can't understand. I know a lot of people would say, yeah, you are, but I'm like, no.
We had that same issue happen last time. You didn't decide the final appeal until, what, October? I mean, the election, everyone had already been reinstalled. There was an appeal that was, against the same sort of issue, against the election, and it went through the entire process, and you, the general counsel, made a final ruling on that appeal well after, not only after the runoff, but after we were all installed. So that's, the timing of the process at that time, and I think to some extent some of those time frames still in place, that pushes us past that time period. And that is the risk that the nation takes when we have the period between the runoff that we have. We have a month between the runoff. And it does make it very tight in terms of being able to complete all the appeals.
Well, you can't make it very much tighter because your last appeal is after the runoff.
So,
Give his money back.
Yeah, give me my money back. I'll show you. I just believe it's wrong, and I feel like I was a part of that problem. I'd like to get it off.
Brother, if
There is
you're
a process.
you've asked Attorney General the questions.
There is a process in place in the election code for resolving disputes and the allegations of irregularity. And let the process work its way through. We don't know what's going to happen. The election appeals board, or whether something's going to get appealed to the Supreme Court or not. But we do have a law that will be applied.
Okay, now, what do I do about my $50? What was that, or $250?
Wayne, did you do that simultaneously? I mean, all at the same time when you submitted?
Well, I said that first, and then I said, my next question was that.
No, I mean.
What I mean, did you present your
I
funds?
handed both checks to them. All right, they do.
I see from a moral standard, you did run for assistant chief, so the $50 for general counsel, from a moral point of view, should be reimbursed to you. But the question of a runoff, I do want to clarify this. Title 10, Section 7 reads this: if a candidate for chief or assistant chief does not receive the required majority of votes cast, a runoff election shall be held 4 weeks after the first election, and subject to all the rules and requirements of a regular general election. In the event of a runoff election, only the names of the two candidates with the highest number of votes shall appear on the ballot. So it is a constitutional issue, and there's no way that the runoff is not going to happen unless you want to violate the oath that each and every one of us took when we were elected.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody done put their hand down by their side the day they started siding with each other being politics.
I'm just quoting Constitution. That's just the Constitution. That's.
Go ahead, do whatever you got to do. But what do we do about the other?
I think they give you $50 back because you ran for assistant chief.
That's something we'll have to take up with the election.
Well, it says in the code, it's non-refundable.
I think it's a moral thing.
Because I don't want to do it, I've done it in the past, okay?
Representative Hill and then Representative Martin.
Y'all seem to have very good answers up there, okay? And hopefully one of y'all will be able to give me a good answer so I can go home with it, all right? My question would be to Mr. McBride. Sir, as an Attorney General for the Seminole Nation, this is the third time that I have stood up asking for some kind of update pertaining to the incident that transpired back in the date of December 2015 pertaining to the BCR former or ex-employees, as you would call it, the ones that were so-called permanent. The reason why I'm asking, okay, I've asked many times standing up here, people love to pass the buck with the Seminole Indians, okay? I've heard of Light Horseman's got an answer. I've heard the BIA's got an answer. I've heard BCR has the answer. Last time was the FBI, okay? That's about 4 different people that supposedly had the answer or whatever's going on right now. Those that use Facebook 24/7, that live on Facebooks, okay? They should be aware of the Channel 4, 5, and 9 news about the former Comanche Nation employee that's charged for embezzlement from the tribe. I'm sure you know about that. A little over $1,000, okay? Our people that worked in BCR was over $10,000, $20,000. And not only that, to top it off, what's really bad, the way I look at it, okay, as a former law enforcement officer, things shouldn't go this far. When there's people, other people involved, okay, people will have a tendency of trying to forget it and wait it out and try to see if statute of limitation would come up or everything would be dropped and forgotten, okay? You've got 3 people that are assigned to Seminole Nation to sign the checks. The chief, the assistant chief, and the treasurer, okay? These personnel that came and got their checks signed anywhere from 2, 3, 4 times a month, somebody should have caught it signing it, that had the power to sign the check, find out where it was going to, for what usage and all that. However, no one caught it. The person that caught it was at the bank that worked there, which is a non-tribal employee. Now, my question to you would be, as I've asked before, have you contacted the FBI? Did they give you some kind of info? Where we stand? How far along are they in their investigation?
I have not spoken with the FBI.
We'll be back. I'll be back September again. Then. Thank you.
If you'd like me to reach out to the special agent in charge.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the reason why you ain't
can't tell you
checked.
what their stock answer is when I talk to them about investigations in progress.
Well, if you're still around, not only that, we owe you so much money, you can quit.
We cannot confirm or deny if an investigation is in progress.
Exactly.
They stay very tight-lipped when they have an investigation in progress.
But as long as you're on our payroll and we attempt to pay you, okay, will you kindly check into it for us, please? You don't have to let anybody know. You can just go ahead and email me, okay? Just me and you. That's okay with me. Thank you.
Julie Rose Molina of the Comanche Nation Tax Commission was alleged to have embezzled quite a bit more than $1,000. And yes, there is an indictment against her.
Oh yeah, I see it and I read it, okay? Maybe we need to bring Channel 4, 5, and 9 News down here and start asking questions.
I'm not exactly sure, what I can do for you to.
I mean, find out where we're at and how long is it going to take before it's concluded, or we get some kind of information, like are they being charged? Are they going to go to court, I mean, is there going to be a preliminary hearing? Is it going to be turned over to tribal court? Or the feds going to handle it? If it's embezzlement, that's a felony. It comes under the federal government. You know what I'm saying? Where's it going to go to? That's what I like to know. Because not only me, that the people are asking about it, okay? They're running around here free. You see them at Walmart. You see them at Intertribal. You see them at Red Earth, etc. Working in snack bars and all that. And here they took our money, or should I say they stole our money from our people. That's the reason why I'm asking, because people keep asking me to ask someone over here. But if you can get back with me in September, sir, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Miller, Representative Miller.
Well, look, I've been thinking about this Wayne Shaw situation, and I think the only rightful thing to do, since the election board did accept his $50, and they knew that he couldn't run for 2 offices, but they went ahead and accepted his money. I'll make a motion that this council approve him to get his $50 back. Second.
We have a motion to reimburse Representative Shaw $50 for a filing fee for, I'm assuming, General Counsel seat. Now, who seconded that motion? I heard it. Representative Hill seconded the motion. Okay. Representative Hardiman.
I just have a question. So, Wayne, you didn't know you couldn't run for 2 seats? Come on, Indian trick and got caught.
We have a motion, a second. We have a motion.
Question.
We have a motion.
There's some children activities too before you adjourn. I think you gotta consider that.
We have a motion on the floor and seconded to request the election board to reimburse Representative Shaw the filing fee for the general counsel seat this election. I believe that would be $50, Wayne. Filing fee for.
I ran for the other, so I got it. I think y'all
We have a motion for a verbal resolution of this body to request the election board to refund Mr. Shaw $50 filing fee for the general counsel seat, for which he did not run.
Set the precedent because
I have a motion. I don't know that either off the top of my head. Question is called for.
On the ballot.
Question is called for in the motion.
There's some confusion that it was on the ballot for council, so that needs to be cleared up.
After I handed them the.
Mr. Shaw, as far as I know, Mr. Shaw was not on the ballot for his band, but I didn't see his band ballot. So, is that true, Mr. Shaw? As far as I know, you were not on the ballot for the Wesley band as general
I
counsel.
was it because I wrote myself in, but I didn't.
You are, we have a motion. Obviously, it's the pleasure of the council in terms of casting their vote. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, on the motion for a verbal resolution?
Leah Simpson.
No.
Anthony Conley. John Narwhal. Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kent Dandy.
No.
Kevin Hardiman.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico. David Narkemy. Kelly Davis. Kelly Davis.
No.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Fixicon.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Nanette Hazelwood.
No.
Jennifer Horn.
no.
Stevie Yeswood.
No.
Marilyn Moore. Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Evan Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Fanning Harjo.
Yes.
Dwayne Miller.
Yes.
Ralph Tucker.
No.
Cherry Hardiman.
No.
I count of 14 yes, 14 no, and 0 abstentions. I vote in favor of the motion. I will submit this request to the election board.
If I have a point of order, I brought this to the council for a reason. Not to sit here and laugh and joke and think it's crazy, but it's not. You need to change these laws. Don't need to start looking at them today. You got 4 years to get them right. So, I'm telling you, didn't know they were like that, did you? No, you didn't either, so shut up. But the thing is, we're looking at is that you need to start looking at these laws that you've got up here on the book. Get them right. Because some of these laws, like, I handed you $200, but I only owed you $100. Would you give me $100 back? Oh no, that's what the chief had to make the election board do. On a break of a tie because some of y'all thought it was funny. It's not funny. Your laws are my laws too. I'm Seminole. I'm going to be here when you're going to kick dirt in my face.
Wait a minute, Chris.
But wait a minute. I'm still.
You're just grandstanding now. Sit down.
I'm not done. But I'm just bringing.
Mr. Shaw, can you bring your statement to a close?
I'm trying to. But the thing is, I'm telling y'all now, you need to start looking at these laws. Get them right. I myself am a part of this little farce that's happening. I want to get it straight. That's the reason I'm bringing it up here. There are laws in there that we need to get straightened out. And we need to adhere to. We don't adhere to half of our laws because we think they're funny. Because Sterling said it ain't no good. Or because Roddy said it ain't no good. Because she's not my buddy or he's not my buddy. We're not supposed to be looking like that. We're supposed to be looking at the law for what it is. Black and white and for our people. We're not doing that. I'm included in that. I'm backing off. Y'all got the floor.
Thank you,
Representative Springer.
So we actually have a pretty major issue here, and Ronnie brought it up, and this guy got sort of the rug with everything else. We're short to provide clothing allowance for about 900 kids, and applications are being taken now, ones to be distributed in the school starts, which is right around the corner. So this is something that we need to rectify before we leave today. That's it, yeah. This council gets to vote on it.
You're going to pay for it?
We paid $50. That's half But we need, this is an issue that we need to discuss, I mean, a serious issue we need to discuss.
Prepared to make a motion so the council can discuss the issue?
Make a motion that we come up with. I make a motion that the council provides $150,000 to cover the clothing allowance deficit.
What about the elderly?
What about the elderly fund?
Elderly fund.
There's several funds that we need to cover.
Make a motion that we cover the $150,000 shortfall for the general fund. Multiple programs.
There's another item.
What's that?
There's another item.
You want
Elderly, 62.
Yeah. The home judgment fund program.
It would be best in the motion that you give a breakdown of how much you're appropriating to each budget that adds up to that dollar amount, if at all possible. And because you're asking for a verbal resolution to appropriate money, and you also have to tell us where we'll get the money from.
Chief, while you're making the motion, Karen, I'll make a comment. This is through Alex there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, that's my pleasure. Sir, to you. With all due respect to everybody, referring to the Seminole people that are here and their families that's going to be hearing about it tonight, I would like to make a motion some way while Abe is putting it down. Everybody wants to dip into that little $2 million that we still have from the 12.5. I would like to see some of that money to go for some usage. So therefore, we talk about the children and elderly within our nation. I would like to go ahead, if there's a way that y'all could put down that all children during their clothing allowance would be double to get $200 instead of $100 every year. Everybody else seems to be getting pay raise and all that, you know, and this is their money. Let the children get $200 clothing allowance and whatever the elder needs and whatever it comes out to. If anybody's listening besides these two here, we can go ahead and withdraw from the 2 million. If we can give 1 million CD to buy land, and the land is sitting there looking at us, ain't no plans, let's do something for our children or our elderly.
Well, we're
It's
gonna
their
take
money.
150,000 out of those 2.5, or that's what 2.5, so.
Okay, how you gonna double, referring to the children?
Let's separate let's separate.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. If you separate how the children gets
Let's do this
100.
one first, and then we'll.
Right, double it up and tell us how much. And I believe that my co-buddy over here that says we've been wanting to invest in it, which we'll never get. I'll get the storm shelter. But anyway, it'd be nice to go ahead and get some of that money from that 12.5 that's left over, that 2 million, and donate it for a good use.
Representative Hill, what I would recommend on that, because the discussion as on what to do for 18 is still underway, that that recommendation would be forwarded to them for consideration and brought back at the next meeting, along with other changes they're recommending.
The next meeting is going to be back
In September, yes, because the cost of the clothing assistance, doubling it, probably is going to go pretty. That and elderly would probably take your 2 million in probably 1 year.
Fine, I mean, it's
So,
their money, okay, you know what I mean?
But
We
it-
seem to be living okay, look at us, nobody really cares about the money.
but if you're going to try to continue the 200 past that year, then there would be no funds to do that. That's the point. So if you're, there's if you wanted to do a one-time thing, and that's one.
what I mean, one time thing for this year.
Then I would ask you to put that recommendation down in sufficient detail to let it, and then they can work it into their proposal structure coming back in September 1st. But today, they need, and just currently approved benefits, current benefits, they're asking for a supplemental appropriation from some source. So, Mr. Springer, do you have the?
So, I make a motion that we approve a supplemental balance for
It needs to be supplemental appropriation.
supplemental appropriation for the judgment fund programs, clothing, burial, and elderly, sum of $150,000, with $100,000 going to clothing, $20,000 going to burial, and $30,000 going to
Just off the top of my head, you said 20,000 for burial. They wouldn't even get burial through the month of August. Burial alone would get us from where we are right now to the end of, not burial, that's burial. How much was elderly? 30. To get elderly alone from where we are right now to the end of September, based on probable, it's about over $100,000 alone. Elderly alone. So that supplemental appropriation wouldn't get us, while it would help clothing, it doesn't. We've got a number of people who are going to be expecting to be paid their elderly payment between now and September 30th, and that's not enough.
Alex, how about 200,000? That
Can
cover
we
it?
have like 5 minutes of just silence so we can get this?
Fine, 5 minutes.
Alex, would you yield the floor to Representative Narkman while you're?
Yeah.
I'm going back probably about a little bit more than half a year now, if not 9 months. I'd like to ask the treasurer to come back up here for a moment. Several months ago, on November 28th, there was $750,000 received by the tribe. That money was put to use.
Can't hear.
Okay. That money was put to use to pay our bills. However, generally, all appropriations are generally sent back to the General Council. But that decision was made outside of the General Council. How was that decision came to?
In my opinion, that money belonged to direct cost.
Okay.
The original suit where this money came from was brought because the Department of Interior shorted contract support costs from all the contracts that were granted to all these tribes. If they had funded all these tribes 100% of what they owed them, that would have went straight to contract support, which is indirect cost. In my opinion, that money belonged to indirect cost.
I don't dispute that, but you do understand that all appropriations come to the general council.
Well, technically, part of the appropriation was already approved by the budget. If you look at your 2017 budget.
But not that money specifically.
It said prior years.
But that's 750 is separate.
Well, in my
Yeah.
opinion,
Okay, but did you make that decision independently?
I did.
Thank you.
Back to Representative Springer.
Okay, so funding amounts to amount of $100,000 for clothing, $30,000 for burial, $120,000
For a total of 250.
Total of 250.
Portion of the remaining funds from the goal.
From the 12.5 from the settlement fund.
But this is a
one-time.
One-time appropriate. So that would not prevent you from,
That would just cover the year 2018, right?
pardon?
It would cover the year 2018.
No, it covers from now until the end of September.
But Chief, that would be $200 one-time thing for the children's,
No. That will require a separate legislative action. So my recommendation to you would be to bring that back in September. Because even if you pass it then, if you raise it to that and you make it retroactive, then they can upload additional amounts to the card.
Requires an ordinance change.
But it will require,
it's separate from what they're
it
asking.
requires separate what they're asking. That would be, I mean, that's still the purview of the council. You still can make it happen this year.
Now, how did they jump on the bandwagon and get 250,000? There was like 125,000, and I threw the children in. They start doubling it up and all that, and calculating fast and all that. Now I'm told that I have to come back with a resolution for the children, and they still go up to 250,000. All right, give it up now.
Our elderly was under.
I miscalculated. I thought we had far more elders, but the elder goes back to that prior meeting where several people, several dozen, who were from prior years before. And we will come back to the council to adjust that. So you only have 1 year from the time of your birthday when you're eligible for your elder's assistance to get your application in and get that money. We will come back to the council, but as it's written right now in our code, there's no time limit.
Okay, I understand what y'all saying. Okay, and I understand what the chief is saying. So, Mr. McBride, since you're here, sir, would you mind drafting up a resolution for September, first Saturday in September, I believe, our next council meeting, that the children's clothing allowance will go up to $200 one time.
With an additional $100 added.
Added on together, they still would receive $200 on their little cards.
Well, they'll get $100 now.
Okay, $100.
And you bring resolution at that way, additional $100 for $200 this year.
I recommend coming to the board meeting because, I mean, if we're both trying to come up with solutions, it's best if we just meet together and figure out one solution.
That is the mechanism in place under law.
That's going to be August 15th. First, third.
I'll get paid for coming to the board meeting?
We'll pay you in your
I don't
site,
know.
your council meeting. Next month.
What time?
5:30. That's the.
Maybe we read that.
Mr. Springer?
Maybe we read that as rebel resolution. The council's got.
Okay. Again, let me repeat the dollar amounts to make sure I have it.
Clothing of 100K, burial of 30K, and the elderly assistance of 120K.
Trust Fund Management Board is requesting the General Council provide a supplemental appropriation for the Judgment Fund programs. Burial assistance, 100 and
Burials,
burial, burial's 30,000. Clothing assistance is 100.
Correct.
And elderly assistance is 120 for a total of 250.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I assume I messed everybody up on that. Now, do we have any questions on the motion?
Mayor,
Representative Miller.
I want to know if that Sterling, if you'll accept the friendly amendment to add on $100,000 payment, good faith payment to our Attorney General. Get something started.
This is just for our, this is our budget.
I'm sorry?
This is for our budget.
I understand it's your budget, but I'm saying we need to pay it.
I agree.
Let's do it as a separate one. But the withdrawals will come in.
Come on, let's not make this difficult.
Let's vote on this. and then
Let's vote on this. And then.
All right, well, I withdraw mine.
Representative Cootie, do you have not? Representative Markham?
The supplemental funds that we're talking about, 30,000, 100,000. Where's that coming from? Is that
The settlement fund?
settlement fund?
Well, the balance of the 12.5 million settlement.
Okay.
That's what the president.
And I have another question as well. I just wanted to know from the committee, with the judgment funds that supplied, that we're working with the interest off of, now that money is in trust, from what I understand. Now, is that in a very, very, very low interest bearing account?
It's not an interest-bearing account like you're assuming like at a bank. It's
Okay.
the bond as they give us the
Okay,
payment.
gotcha. Now, would it be best to take that out of trust, invest that into another issue where it can provide a higher interest rate?
If we receive any higher interest rates, we're all in favor. Making more money to provide a bigger budget is great.
That's what I'm looking for.
We're currently somewhere around 1.8%.
So the answer would be yes to put that to someplace else with like a higher interest rate of return.
Yes, if there was a higher alternative source.
But there isn't as far as
There are, but what we're invested in by federal law is only you're investing bonds issued by the United States government, which are very low yielding themselves, very long term too. What you're proposing is taking it, if I'm not mistaken, taking it out of trust.
Correct.
If it comes out of trust, there are vastly more alternative investments. So, for instance, stock market, bond market, corporate bond markets, etc. And those do give you higher yields, but they also give you much higher risk. And that's the thing to consider. Yes, you would get a higher yield, but if, for instance, the stock market crashes one day, that money's gone.
There are a lot of organizations out there that invest for
What
government.
does all this have to do with the motion on the floor?
We're actually a little bit beyond the motion, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Can I say something here?
We have questions to call for.
We have money in the account from the remainder of the household assistance. Actually, if you use that remaining part, you can use that as soon as they transfer it from that account. The trust monies is going to take some days to do. And you've got some things to do now. So that's what needs to be looked at. I think the treasurer said there's over $100,000 still in that particular account, if I remember the report a few moments ago. That would be the proper thing to do to make it go into action faster. Because there's things that's due, especially the elderly assistance and some of the burials. And that could start taking place nearly immediately. When the others will take several days.
We just said from the settlement fund, so if there's funds from that.
There's a little bit left still in that bank account. Is that correct, Sherry? I thought I heard about 100,000 one.
110,000 right there, you're gonna have to take it out of what you got sitting over there.
Well, you're still gonna have to take some out of the trust fund. The thing of it is, if you get access to that fund, you can actually start doing the elderly payments and the burial right away, within a day.
Yeah.
Questions called for on the?
Is that what the adjustments you're gonna make, sir? Because they're fixing to pass something differently.
Well, all he said was 12.5, he did not specify. I mean, obviously it'll have to contain language. Just for clarification of the council, in order for us to draw anything from the trust fund, there will have to be language in the verbal resolution specifying the fund that can be drawn. We can also add, if it's the will of the council, that we use the community money in the checking account first, and then draw from the trust fund second. You can draft a resolution if you would like it in that fashion. That would be my preference.
I would rather use that money to complete that account so it's not sitting there for somebody else to steal. And go ahead and that JAU, I can't remember that number.
I'd like to make that change. Complete the household.
We're at 110 there, we draw 140 over there.
Complete the household assistance first, with the remaining funds from the trust fund settlement.
As long as that's acceptable to the rest of the council, that's how we will vote on the.
It's not called household assistance anymore, there's another name.
Whatever that fund is.
Okay.
Let's say the checking account.
Checking account with the money.
If you put it in there, the bank won't honor it.
Question is called for, Secretary. Call on the motion.
Leanna Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
Yes, they should know.
John Narcome.
Abstain.
Rena Tiger.
Abstain.
Ken Denby.
No.
Kevin Hardeman. Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixicap.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer. Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
Yes.
Cindy Gessler.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Evan Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
Abstain.
Fanning Harjo.
Yes.
Dwight Miller. Ralph Coker.
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman.
Yes.
By count of 20 yes, 4 no, and 4 abstentions, there is measure to have passed. Chief Springer.
Okay, now, I would like to make another verbal resolution for $150,000 from the settlement account to pay our attorney fees.
Appropriate 150. The claim source.
So this one will actually be funded.
This one will actually be will have to come from the trust fund, I mean, the settlement fund. Any questions?
Yeah.
Shaw.
I thought we settled that earlier that we were gonna wait till a later date to do that because of money's coming in and how that 10% extra's coming in, that 80/20, and I think we already agreed on that, then you turn around and wanna do something else. Make up our minds, please, because.
Yeah, I think it's a good faith thing. I mean, we are well behind on our.
I'm not saying we're not behind, but, you know, we'll let our administration try to figure out how to pay out of that 10% or 20% we gave them extra.
Oh, don't worry, we'll still have attorney's fees bills. Like, there'll be more bills, so we have to figure out where that comes from.
They may say that behind that line.
We have a motion and a second discussion, Representative Martin.
Well, again, we have this concern with all the money about pointing it out there and all that kind of stuff. Now, what we could do to consider is if any having the extra money that's coming up from the coming year, deposit that amount, 150, into a checking account. And we have it right now. that doesn't require the minutes. Yeah, what you're saying.
I like to have use for when the funds come out.
It's important to pay the bills. It's important to pay the bills. You've been serving us a great job. And we don't need to do more.
Any further discussion on the verbal resolution to appropriate $150,000 to provide for payment of Attorney General invoices? Representative Carter.
I don't say much, but I would say, go ahead and put his $200,000 down payment. Getting caught up, once you read, that was a good point you just made, once that money starts generating back in, 10%, 80-20 that we just passed today, then put that money into a separate account for times like these. I say it would be best, it would behoove us to pay him his full $200,000.
Actually, I don't think that's the full amount due, but it doesn't mean that we won't have additional. I mean, we've paid some of those. That's the total amount of invoices, I understand, so we don't owe quite that much. But but we still have 2 more months to go.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. Are you making that recommendation as a friendly amendment to Mr. Springer?
I would just ask that you take that as a friendly amendment. However else the council so chooses to.
So when you call it,
how they feel about it.
we'll amend it to 200.
The motion is amended to appropriate $200,000 for this purpose. So we'll have August and September invoices as well. Representative Fulbright and Representative Horn. Questions called for on the motion as amended, $200,000. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Simpson.
No.
Anthony Conley. John Archman.
Abstain.
Rita Tyler.
Abstain.
Kent Denby.
Yes.
Kevin Hartman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixicott. David Archman.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Nanette Hazelwood. Jennifer Horn.
Abstain.
Cena Yesley.
Abstain.
Marilyn Moore. Lottie Pooty. Abraham Ferroni.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmett Spain. Wayne Shaw. Catherine McCoy. Catherine McCoy. Charlie Hill.
Abstain.
Fanning Harjo.
No.
Dwayne Miller.
No.
Ralph Coker.
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman.
Yes.
By count of 60 yes, 6 no, and 5 abstentions. This measure is approved. Second. Motion to adjourn is seconded. All in favor of the motion to adjourn, if you will rise.
Thank you, Councilman.
Your chief closes.
Does anybody need the Tulsa powwow passes?
Deal with the Attorney General after the closing prayer. Let us pray. Great and awesome God, once again, we do thank you for bringing us together. We do thank you for all the service of all of the council representatives over the last 4 years, and for until the last meeting that some of them will be attending, but they want to swear in. Lord, we pray that you continue to keep them and you safeguard bless them for their service to this nation. We remember Judge Watson and his wife at this time, the issue she's facing. We ask for encouragement and strength in that situation. Those who are in bereavement across our nation as well, and those who have lost loved ones, we pray for them. Send your Christian people their way. Continue to embrace them during this time of loss. Christ in your life. Father, give us traveling mercies that we will safely go to our place of the world. Forever we will give you glory, we will give you honor.